Hello and welcome back everyone to this exciting project. Let me first give you an overview of what are we going to build in this project. As we already know, we're gonna build and deploy a full-stack Nuxt.js project named Cinemate. This project or this application will provide movie information like IMDb website. We're gonna display several services like featured movies and series, popular movies and series, now playing movies, top rated movies and series, and the upcoming movies. We'll also allow users to search for any movie or series they want, and then they can display a movie or a series item in a single page. We're gonna get our data from an API called the MovieDB API. This project will focus heavily on the client side of Nuxt.js. We're gonna build a lot of pages and components to practice the client side of Nuxt 3. And this is actually the objective of this section, to make you a client-side master in Nuxt 3. We're gonna also use technologies like Tailwind CSS and Flowbyte for styling. Then at the end, we're gonna deploy Cinemate app online using Netlify, so that you can show it to your potential employers and put it on your portfolio. I hope you enjoy this project and evolve as a Nuxt.js developer. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's set up our Cinemate project. We're gonna build it from scratch as usual. So let's open a new window from Visual Studio Code and then open our folder using Visual Studio Code. Then open your terminal and let's type npx nuxi at latest init a project named Cinemate. Press enter. Choose npm. Here let's choose not to initialize a Git repo. Now our Nuxt project is ready and we're going to need Tailwind CSS for this project. So let's install it. We're gonna type npm install --save -dev at nuxt.js/tailwind CSS and then press enter. Now let's open nuxt.config file and let's add Tailwind CSS to our modules. We're gonna copy that from here, and here we're gonna say modules, open an array, and then put the Tailwind CSS module. And then we're gonna install Flowbyte. So let's go to their website, flowbyte.com, click on Get Started, and we're gonna use their CDN's link. So here we're gonna copy the link for the CSS file, and here in the nuxt.config file, we're gonna say app equal to an object, which is gonna have a head, which is gonna be equal to an object itself. And then inside of this head object, we're gonna have a link, which is gonna be equal to an array of links. And also we're gonna have a script, which is also gonna be equal to an array of scripts. And here we're gonna add our first link, which is the link to the Flowbyte style sheet or CSS file. So here, the first one is gonna be an object which has a relationship style sheet, and the href is gonna be equal to the Flowbyte URL or the Flowbyte CSS library CDN link. And here also we're gonna have an object that has a source, and then we're gonna copy the link for the Flowbyte JavaScript file, this file, and then paste it here. And that's it. We have set up our project. The only thing left here is to delete the app.view file, as we are not going to need it. And that's it. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! In this project, we are going to use a cool API for retrieving movie information called the Movie DB. Let's explore it together. Go to Google and type the Movie DB API, and then open this website. And first, register a new account. Go to Login, and then click here to register a new account. It's a very simple process. Just enter your details and finish registration, and then login. And then after you login, click on your profile here and choose Settings. Then choose API from here. You have an API key here and an access token. If it's not here yet, maybe it's gonna ask you if you wanna generate one. Just generate one, and it's gonna be available. It's free. And we're gonna use this access token to make API requests to this MovieDB API. Okay? Of course, this should be a secret, but as usual, I'm exposing it for the sake of this course. But I'm gonna change it anyway after recording this project, okay? So let's copy this access token and let's go back to our project and create a .env file, and then create a variable named access token equals to, and then paste your access token. And after that, open your nuxt.config file, and here let's say runtime config equals to an object which is gonna have a property named access token as well, equals to process.env.access token. Now that we have added our access token to the .env file, let's take a look at the MovieDB API. If we go back here to the MovieDB API and click here on API reference, you're gonna find a lot of endpoints here. Like, for example, here we can discover movie, TV shows. We can see here now playing, popular movies, top rated, and so on. In our project, we're gonna create some services around some of these endpoints, okay? So let's just get started. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone! As I told you before, in our application, we're gonna provide some services. And to be specific, we're gonna display the now playing movies, upcoming, popular, top rated, and we're gonna provide a page for users to search for movies. So let's define the pages that's going to represent these services. So here let's create pages directory, and let's create a page named now playing.view. Create a boilerplate code here, and let's create another file named upcoming.view. and paste the code here and create a file named popular.view, paste the code, and top rated.view, and finally search.view. And then also we're gonna create a folder named item, and inside of it we're gonna create a dynamic file named item, or sorry, let's name it name.view. This file is typically going to display a single movie item or a single TV series item, etc. Also paste the boilerplate code here. And that's it. This is going to be our services. We're gonna display the data coming from the API inside of these pages. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's define the reusable components of our user interface. Create a components directory here, and we're gonna have two components, a movie card.view file and series card.view file. The movie card will display each movie, and the series card will display each series. Now let's create the layouts. Create a new folder, call it layouts, and we're just gonna have a default layout, just one layout, default.view, and create the boilerplate code, and that's it. Now let's create the movie card component, which is gonna display each movie item on the screen. Open this file, and first of all, let's create the props of this component. So we're gonna use the built-in method in Vue.js, which is define props, and this function takes an array of props. Each prop is gonna be represented by a string. And I already know that the MovieDB API returns each movie item with several properties. I'm gonna add them as props here. These props are title, ID, overview, release, date, popularity, poster, path, and finally item. Those are going to be the properties of the returned item from the API, okay? Then we're gonna create a reference or the image URL in which we will get from another source. And then we're gonna concatenate it with the poster path, and both of them are going to return an image for the returned movie. So here we're gonna say const image site URL equals to https://image.tmdb.org/t/p/w500/. So when we concatenate that URL with the returned poster path, it's going to return the image for that movie item. Okay? Let me show you what I mean. Let's check the now playing movies here and click on try it here. You can see that there is a poster path here. Here, this one. If I copy this URL from here then open new tab, paste it here, and then copy that poster path, remove this slash, then paste that poster path, click enter. As you can see, it returned this image. So we're gonna have to remove that slash, and let's continue. Then we're gonna have to create some sort of a shared state that all files can share in order to know what is the latest chosen item by the user. So we're gonna say const item state equals to use state, and let's name it chosen item, and this function is gonna return an empty object. Then we're gonna create a function that will allow us to change this state, this chosen item state. We're gonna say const change item state equals to a function that's going to take the item object, and we're gonna say item state dot value equals to item. This is all the logic that we're gonna need in this component. Now let's create the template, and we're gonna get a card from Flowbyte. Go to Flowbyte website, and let's search for card, and let's choose this card, I think. Yeah, this card looks good. Let's copy the code and let's paste it here. This is going to be the image of the movie put inside a link like that, so that when a user clicks on that image, I want to take him to a page displaying that single movie item. So here I'm gonna replace that anchor tag with Nuxt link, and here the same, and here we're gonna say colon 2, and here we're gonna say item slash then $, and we're gonna provide the title dynamically from the props. The props passed to this component, we're gonna take the title from it and put it here. And here we're gonna say at click change item state, so that when a user clicks on any item, it's gonna change the item state to that specific item. And here in the image, we're gonna add the source dynamically as well. Here we're gonna say $ images URL, then another $, and then we're gonna provide the poster path. And here let's say the alt text is movie image, and here let's change this to span, and here in this h5 we're gonna provide the title of the movie, and here in this paragraph we're gonna say release date colon, and then we're gonna display the release date. And here let's change this to a paragraph, remove that SVG, and remove that read more, and remove that href, and here we're gonna copy that and put another one here, and here we're gonna say if there is an overview, just display the overview. And because sometimes the API doesn't return an overview, we're gonna say else no overview available. And that's it. This is going to be our movie card component. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's create the series card component. Let's open the movie card as well, as we are going to copy some code from it. First of all, we're gonna define the props, which is gonna be a little bit different from the movie props. We're gonna say define props, provide an array, and here we're gonna have a name, overview, first, air, date, popularity, also poster, path, and item. And then we're gonna copy the image URL and state from here and paste them here. And for the template, we're gonna copy this code and paste it here. But here, instead of title, we're gonna say name. And here, of course, we're gonna say Nuxt link to /item/name. And by the way, in the last lecture, I forgot to call this function with the item. So change item state with the item. And here, let's go back to the movie card component and do the same. And here in the alt text, let's say series image. And here we have already changed that to name. Here we're gonna say first air date. First air date. And here we're gonna provide the first air date. And here also we're gonna say if there is an overview, display it here. If not, display this text, no overview available. And that's it. This is the series card component. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's create the default layout of our project. Open the default.view file. And let's take a navbar from Flowbyte. Let's go here to Flowbyte and search for navbar. And let's take the first navbar here. Let's copy that code and let's paste it here. This navbar, as you can see, has a lot of links to other pages. Supposedly, we're gonna add links to other pages. So let's find and replace all anchor tags with a Nuxt link tag. And also, let's do the same for the closing tags. Replace all. Okay, great. Here we're gonna say this is a link for the home page. Here we're gonna type the name of our app, Cinemate. And here we're gonna provide our logo. Let's say Cinemate logo. And for this logo, I've created a logo for our application. And I'm going to provide it to you in the resources tab. You can download it, put it here in the public folder. But first, let me show it to you. This is going to be the logo of our application. I put it here in the public directory. You're gonna find it in the resources tab. I want you to download it and put it in the public directory here, okay? And simply here we're gonna say image source logo.png, which is the name of our image. And let's scroll down to our first Nuxt link. We're gonna say to homepage, and we're gonna leave this as it is, saying home. And in the second link, we're gonna say search, which is gonna take me to /search, and here we're gonna say popular, which is gonna take me to /popular, and here now playing, which is gonna take me to the now playing page. Gonna say now dash playing. Then we have top rated, which is gonna take me to top rated. Let me remember something here. We have created the now playing without a dash. The name of the now playing, we created it without a dash, so let's add a dash here in order to avoid any errors. And let's copy this list item to add another item here saying upcoming, which is gonna take me to the upcoming page. And that's it. This is going to be our default layout, our default.view file. And here, of course, below the navbar, since this is a layout, this is the default.view file, we're gonna have to add the slot element. So we're gonna add a main element here, and inside of it, we're gonna add a slot. And yeah, this is going to be our main or default layout. Let's remove that. So yeah, this is going to be our default.view file, our default layout. Now let's see it on our web page. Let's start our server, npm run dev. Let's open our application. Oh, I think we have forgotten to add an index.view file. Let's do that. Here we have added all pages except for the index.view file. So let's say index.view and then add a boilerplate code. Let's check our project. Okay, great. Our navbar is working. This is our logo. If we click on search, it's gonna take us to search, popular, now playing, top rated, upcoming. This is going to take us to the home page and this as well. Perfect. Everything is working so far. So that's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone. Now let's get the data that we're gonna show on our home page in our index.view file. Let's go to the server directory and create an API directory. And inside of the API directory, create another directory named movies. And inside of the movies directory, let's create a file named discover.js. And then inside of this file, we're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function. And this asynchronous function is gonna take the event, and we're gonna need our access token in order to fetch data from the MovieDB API. So we're gonna say const config equals to use runtime config, and then provide the event, and then I'm gonna say destructure something from the config, which is the access token. And then we're gonna need the movie URL in order to fetch the movies data, discover movies data. So here we're gonna say https://api.themoviedb.org/3/ and then we want to get the discover data. So we're gonna go to discover/movie. So basically here this is the URL for discovering movies. And then we need another one for series. So we're gonna say const series URL equals to, and then we're gonna copy that, paste it here, and then I'm going to say /TV. And now let's fetch the movies. We're gonna say const movies equals to await $fetch the movie URL, and then provide an options object. Method is get, and the headers accept application JSON and authorization. We're gonna provide this string saying bearer space, and then we're gonna provide our access token. Then we're gonna provide a query object including some queries. We're gonna say include adult false, include video false, language English -US, page 1, and then we're gonna say sort by popularity dot descending. I got all of these data from the API guys, okay? So now we're done with the movies. Let's fetch the series equals to await $fetch, and then we're gonna fetch the series URL and provide an options object, which is gonna be pretty much similar to this one. Let's copy that and paste it here. Here we're gonna remove include video, but here we're gonna add something called include null first air dates, and we're gonna say false, meaning that don't include the objects that its first air dates equal to null. Okay, and that's it. Finally, we're gonna have to return an object that contains the movies and the series. And that's it. In the next lecture, we're gonna see how are we going to display this data. So, see you then. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's write the logic inside of the index.view file. Here we're gonna display the discover movie data that came from the API. So we're gonna need to fetch it first from our backend, since we fetched the data from the API on our backend on the server side. So let's here create a state for movies. We're gonna say const movies equals to use state, That's going to return an empty array. And we're gonna do the same for series. Then we're gonna fetch the data from our backend, as we said. We're gonna say const data equals to useFetch. And then we're gonna fetch the data from that endpoint. And then after the data arrives, we're gonna use the transform option, in which we are going to take the data and make movies.value equals to data.movies.results. I know from the API that the data is stored in a property named results. And here we're gonna say series.value equals to data.series.results. And that's it for our logic. Now let's create the template that's going to display these data on our web page, on the home page. Here I'm going to have two sections, one for the featured movies and another one for the featured TV series. And I want to grab some h1 element from Flowbyte. Let's go here and type h1. I think this is the h1 that I want. So let's copy that and let's paste it here. And here we're gonna type featured movies. Reload here. Okay, perfect. We got it here. And I'm going to copy that and put another one here saying featured TV series. And let's here below that h1 element add a UL, unordered list, and let's add some classes from Tailwind CSS saying grid dash calls dash 5 gap. And we're gonna do the same here. And inside of this UL, we're gonna create a for loop and display this list element. We're gonna say v4 each movie in movies. Sorry, put that here. Okay, so we're gonna say for each movie in movies, display the movie card component and provide this props. We're gonna say poster path equals to movie dot poster path, and here title equals to movie dot title, and ID equals to movie dot ID, and overview equals to movie dot overview, and release date equals to movie dot release date, and popularity equal to movie dot popularity, and finally item is gonna be equal to the movie itself. Remember to change the state, that chosen movie state or the chosen item state, to this exact movie. And then let's add two break lines here. Now let's reload the page. We're not getting any results. Oh, here, this should be movies, not movie. Okay, perfect. We got some results here, some movies. Now let's display the TV series. We're gonna say create a for loop and display for each item a list item. We're gonna say v for each series in, or let's say for each TV series in series, display the series card poster path is gonna be equal to TV series dot poster path, and name is gonna be equal to TV series dot name, and then overview is gonna be equal to TV series dot overview, and then first air date is gonna be equal to TV series dot first air date, and then popularity is gonna be equal to TV series dot popularity, and finally the item is gonna be equal to the TV series itself. And that's it. Now let's check it out. Okay, great, it's working. It's displaying the featured movies and the featured TV series from the MovieDB API, and we got these results from Discover Movies endpoint. Now let's change the background color of this. I don't like that blue color. Let's go to the movie card component, and let's go here to the overview, this paragraph element, and see here we have text white, background blue. We're gonna change the background to white, and let's reload here. Okay, this is because the text is white as well, so let's make the text black. Okay, perfect. I think this looks better. Let's change the hover as well. Here, change this hover background to white. Okay, so right now it's disappeared. Perfect. We're gonna do the same for the series card. We're gonna go here and say text black, background white. Okay, perfect. And here the hover background also white. Okay, it's working. Perfect. And this is our home page. Maybe here also we're gonna say text black and background white, hover background white. And yeah, this is going to be our home page of the app, displaying featured movies and featured TV series from the Discover Movies endpoint from the MovieDB API. So, I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye! Hey everyone! Now we're gonna need to fetch the now playing data, the now playing movies data from our server side. So let's go to the server directory, and here inside of the movies directory, let's create a new file and name it now playing.js. Let's open this file and let's type our code. We're gonna say export default, define event handler, and this function is gonna take an asynchronous callback function, which is gonna take the event as its argument. And here also we're gonna use the runtime config and provide the event as its argument. And then we're gonna say take the access token from the config object, and then we're gonna create a now playing URL equals to, and then let's copy the URL from this file. We're gonna take that base URL put it here and add slash movie slash now underscore playing. This is the endpoint on the API itself. And then we're gonna say const now playing movies equals to await $fetch the now playing URL, and then let's copy that from here, method and headers, paste it here, and finally we're gonna return an object containing the now playing movies data. And that's it. In the next lecture, we're gonna display this data on our web page. So, see you then, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now we want to create the page that's going to display the now playing movies. So that when we go to now playing, when we go to the now playing page, we want to see the now playing movies here. It's very simple. We're gonna go to nowplaying.view page. And first let's create a movies state. We're gonna say const movies equals to use state. That's going to return an empty array initially. And then we're gonna fetch the data. We're gonna say const data equals to await useFetch. And then we're gonna hit the now playing endpoint API movies slash now playing. And then in the options object, we're gonna transform the data saying let the movies dot value equals to data dot now playing movies dot results. And that's it. Now let's create the template. And actually we're gonna copy the first section here from the home page, which displayed the movies, and just paste it here. But here let's say now playing movies. Now let's reload the page. Okay, perfect. We got the now playing movies here. Those are the now playing movies at theaters. So yeah, it's working. I hope that was easy. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Now let's create the endpoint that's going to return the popular movies data. Go to API movies, create a new file, and type popular.js. And here we're gonna type our function export default define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function that's going to take the event, and we're gonna say const config equals to use runtime config, provide the event, and then we're gonna destructure the access token from the config. Then we're gonna have the popular movies URL equals to, and then let's copy this URL, paste it here, and then we're gonna say slash movie slash popular. And then we're gonna create another one for series. We're gonna say popular series URL equals to, and then we're gonna copy that, paste it here, but just change this from movie to TV. Then we're gonna fetch the popular movies. We're gonna say const popular movies equals to $fetch, but we have to say await first. Okay, $fetch popular movies URL, and let's copy that, paste it here in the options object, and let's copy all of that, paste it here, and say popular series, and then fetch the series URL. And finally, we're gonna return an object containing the popular movies and the popular series. And that's it. Now let's go ahead and display these data, the popular movies and series, on our web page. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's create the page that's going to display the popular movies and series, so that when we go to popular page, we're gonna see the popular movies and series. Go here to pages and open popular.view file, and actually I'm going to copy a lot of code from here, from the index.view file. Let's copy the JavaScript code from here, paste it here, but here we're gonna hit the popular endpoint API movies / popular, and here we're gonna say data.popular movies.results, and here popular series, and for the template we're gonna copy the two sections, paste them here, but here we're gonna say popular movies, and here popular TV series. Now let's go to popular. Okay, just reload to make sure. Okay, perfect. Those are the popular movies and TV series. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, now let's fetch the search results on the server side, so that when someone searches for some movie or series or anything like that, we want to take his query and then fetch the results and display it back to him on the web page. So let's create a new file here inside of movies directory, and let's name it search.js. And here we're gonna say export default define event handler. That's going to take an asynchronous function, which is gonna take the event. And here, since this is a function that's going to handle a search query, it's going to fetch search results for the user, we're gonna need to get the search query. So we're gonna say const user query equals to get query, and then provide the event as argument to this get query function. And then we're gonna say const destructure something, unpack something from the user query object, which is the search term. We're gonna take that on the client side later. And then we're gonna say const config equals to use runtime config, provide the event, and then take the access token from the config. Then we're gonna say const movie search URL equals to, and then we're gonna provide the base URL, then slash search slash movie. And here we're gonna do the same, but let's call it series search URL. And here let's say slash TV. Then let's fetch the movie results. We're gonna say const movie equals to await $ fetch the movie search URL. And then we're gonna copy this code from here and let's paste it here. But here we're gonna have to provide a query object saying query equals to the search term. And let's do the same to fetch the series, but here we're gonna say const series equals to series search URL. And finally, we're gonna return an object containing the movie and the series. And that's it. Now let's go ahead and display the search results on our web page. Now let's create the page that's going to allow users to search for an item, for a movie or a series item, and then display the search results for him. So let's go to our search.view file here. And first let's create a state for the search term. We're gonna say const search term equals to use state, and then we're gonna call that state, it's a shared state, okay? We're gonna call it search term, and this state initially is gonna return an empty string. And then we're gonna create a state for the movies. As usual, we're gonna say const movies equals to use state, which is gonna return an empty array initially. And then create another one for the series. And then let's fetch the search results based on this search term. So we're gonna say const data equals to await useFetch, and then we're gonna hit the search endpoint, and then provide an options object, and provide a query object inside of it, and then provide the search term. Then we're gonna transform the data, saying movies.value equals to data.movies.results, and here series.value equals to data.series.results. Now let's create the template. We're gonna need to display some search input here. So let's grab some search input from Flowbyte. Let's say search input. And I'm going to take this one, the first one. Let's copy this code. And let's paste it here. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, it looks fine. And then let's go to our input itself and link it with the search term state by saying v model search term. And then let's display the search results here. Let's copy these two sections from here and paste them here. And here we're gonna say movie results But of course, we're gonna need to display this title in case there are movies. Right now, the page is empty, and we are displaying this title, which is not very good for user experience. So here, let's say if movies dot length, which means that if there are movie results, display this title. And here we're gonna say TV series results. And also here we're gonna say if series dot length show this title. Now whenever we type something here, it's going to fetch its results. This is going to be interactive with the user because we have binded the search term state with this input field. And as I told you before, in useFetch, the options object is watched by default, meaning that if anything inside of this options object changes, useFetch is going to refetch the data. And whenever we refetch the data, of course, the template is gonna be reactive to it and display the results to us. But now let's change something here. Go to the input and make the type text. And here let's change this placeholder. We're gonna say search movies, series, etc. And also here I wanna do something. I want to say immediate false because I don't want to make API requests with an empty string. I don't want my script making an API request with an empty string to the API. I want to get an input first from the user and then make the API request. And this is why we're going to say immediate equal to false. And here also I can see there is something wrong. Oh, okay. Here in the search.js file, let's change this to movies because it's a lot of movies, not just one movie. Okay, hopefully it's gonna be fixed. Okay, it's fixed. Now let's try to search for something. Okay, perfect. We've searched for Breaking Bad and got results here. Let's search, for example, for Game of Thrones. Okay. Perfect, we got results here. Let's remove this button. We're not gonna need it, obviously. I think it's this button. Oh, okay, perfect. So yeah, this is going to be our search page. I think it looks nice. Let's search for some actor, let's say Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay, as you can see, it's getting me results right away. So yeah, everything is working just fine. See you in the next lecture and bye bye. Now let's fetch the top-rated movies and series from our server. Let's create a new file here inside of movies directory and let's name it toprated.js. And here we're gonna type our function, our usual function, export default define event handler. Then we're gonna create the config variable or reference. Then unpack the access token. Then create a URL for the top rated movies. We're gonna say top rated movies equals to this URL, the base URL slash movie slash top rate. And let's do the same for series, top rated series. And here, of course, as usual, instead of movie, type TV. Then let's fetch the data. Oh, this should be top rated movies URL and this URL as well. And here, this will be top rated movies. Copy that, paste it here, and let's say await $fetch the top rated movies URL, then provide the options, and let's fetch the top rated series. This is going to be series. And finally, let's return an object containing top rated movies and top rated series. And that's it. Now let's go ahead and display them on our web page. Hey everyone! Now let's create the top rated page. Go to toprated.view and let's copy and paste some code from here, from the index.view file. Let's copy this JavaScript code, paste it here, but here instead of discover, we're gonna say go to top rated, and here it's gonna be top rated movies, and here top rated series, and let's copy the template from here, paste it here, but instead of featured movies, we're gonna say top rated movies, and here of course we're gonna say top rated TV series. And as you can see, those are the top rated movies and top rated TV series. Of course, this is the top rated data of all time, I think. So yeah, perfect. That was fast. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Now let's fetch the upcoming movies data from our backend. Create a new file here inside of movies, name it upcoming.js. And you know what? Let's copy all the code from here, from the nowplaying.js file, and paste it here, because by now I feel we are kind of repeating ourselves. And here, instead of saying /nowplaying, we're gonna say /upcoming. And here we're gonna say upcoming movies URL. And here, of course, we're gonna say upcoming movies. Here, we're gonna say upcoming movies URL. And finally, here, we're gonna return the upcoming movies. And that's it. Now let's go ahead and display this data, these upcoming movies, on our web page. Hey guys, now let's create this page, the upcoming page. Let's go to upcoming.view, and you know what? I'm going to copy all the code from index.view, paste it here. Now let's edit some stuff. I'm gonna delete the series section and the series state, And here I'm going to go to upcoming endpoint, and here remove that, and here let's say upcoming movies, and here let's just say upcoming movies. And yeah, that's it. Those are the upcoming movies in theaters. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Hey everyone, we have one more thing to do. We want to create the page that's going to display a single item. For now, if I click on a single item, it's gonna take me to a route that's saying item / and then the name of the movie or the series. So we want to just display that item here on this page. So let's go to the file that we created before, this file, inside of item directory, name.view. And here we're gonna grab the item state. We're gonna say const item state equals to use state. And then we're gonna say chosen item. Remember, we are changing this chosen item state each time we click on a certain item. And here we're just gonna return an empty object. And then we're gonna say item equals to item state dot value. We're just grabbing the item itself. And then we're gonna need to display this item here on the screen. Let's go to the index.view file, and I want to copy the movie card here and paste it here, and also copy the series card and paste it here as well. And finally, we're gonna need to differentiate between a movie and a series item. How are we going to know if the clicked item or the chosen item is a movie or a series? We're gonna do that using this property. Movies has a property named release date, and series have a property named first air date. So simply here, we're gonna say display a movie card showing the movie details if, we're gonna say if, the item has a release date. And here we're gonna say show the series card if the item has a first air date, if it has a first air date property. And that's it. Now let's go to the home page, reload the page. Let's click on a certain item. It's not working. Let's see why. Yeah, okay, we have to replace this with item instead of movie. I'm gonna do it quickly, okay? And here replace TV series with item as well. Now let's go to the home page, reload the page, click on a single item. Okay, great, it's working. Let's, for example, search for something. Let's say John Wick. Okay, click on John Wick. Okay, perfect. Everything is working. Now let's go ahead and deploy this cool application to the internet. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back. As we said, let's deploy our application to the internet. Let's go to GitHub, create a new repo. Let's name it Cinemate. Make it public. Create the repo. Then let's go back to our project and type in our terminal git init. Press enter. and then type git add all, and then let's copy these commands, paste them here, press enter. Okay, now it's done. Let's go back here, reload the page. Perfect. Our project is now on GitHub. Now let's go to Netlify and click on add a new site, import an existing project, deploy with GitHub, and here search for Cinemate. Choose it. Let's name the site Cinemate. Hopefully it's available. No, it's not. Let's add an extra E, check availability. Still not. Let's call it Cinemate app. Check availability. Oh my god. Dash. Nothing is available. Let's call it Cinemate movies. Okay, I'm gonna keep searching for something here. Okay, I finally found an available name, which is Cinemate movies app. Let's here add our API key or our access token. Let's go here to the .env file. Let's copy that, paste it here, and then copy the token itself, then paste it here, and finally click on deploy our app, Cinemate movie app. Now it's in progress. We're gonna wait for it to finish. Now it's deployed successfully. Let's click on the link. And congratulations, our application is deployed to the internet, Cinemate. If we copy this link, give it to anyone in the world, I'm gonna go to an incognito browser window, paste this URL, click enter. As you can see, our application is deployed. It's working on the internet. If we click on an item, it's gonna be shown. I can search for something like Breaking Bad. It's gonna get me results. Here are upcoming movies, top rated, now playing, popular. So everything is working. I hope you have enjoyed this project. It was a cool project, to be honest. I enjoyed it. So please let me know in our online classroom if you liked this project or not. How did you see it? I'm waiting for your opinions. And I'm gonna see you in another section. Bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. I found a little bug here in our Cinemate app. Let me show it to you. If we go to the TV series, any TV series, and click on it, it's not displayed on the screen. If you go to the item name here, we can see that we wrote here VF first air date, but we should say item dot first air date. Now let's start our server, npm run dev, go to our project. Now let's go to any series item, click on it. Still the same issue. It's telling me property TV was accessed during render, but it's not defined on instance. Yeah, this one I think. I don't know why I did type TV. It should be item. Okay. Now let's go to our project again. Try to access an item. Okay, we're facing the same issue. Let's restart our server. Let's reload. Okay, let's try again. Click on any series item. I'm still getting the same warning. Okay, this is because here in the index.view file, I did the same thing. Here it should be item equal TV series. So let's check if I did that in the other files. Here in the now playing, there is no series. Popular, no, it's right. Search, it's right. Top rated, okay. Upcoming, okay, just movies. So it was just here in the index.view file. Now let's try again. Click on any item. Okay, finally it's fixed. Let's try another one. Okay, let's search for something. Let's say Game of Thrones. Let's go to TV series result. Click on Game of Thrones. Okay, perfect. Let's go to top rated. Click on this one, Breaking Bad. Okay, I think it's totally fixed. Now let's deploy it back to production. We're gonna open the terminal here again, and let's type git status. Okay, those are the two changed files. Now let's type git add all, git status again. Okay, then git commit message fixing series bug. Press enter. Now git status. Okay, now finally let's say git push. Press enter. Now let's go to GitHub. Perfect. Our commit has been pushed, fixing series bug here. Now we're gonna need to redeploy our app. We're gonna go here to Cinemate movie app. Of course, we are inside of Netlify, our Netlify dashboard. Let's go to site configuration, build and deploy. And here we're gonna click on manage repo. We're gonna unlink our repo, and then we're gonna link it again. We're gonna say deploy with GitHub. Search for Cinemate, okay. Click on it. Then let's add our environment variable again. New variable. Its name was access token. Now let's copy its value. Go to .env. Copy that. Paste it here. And then click on deploy Cinemate. Here, as you can see, it's building. We're gonna have to wait for some time here. Okay. Okay, right now it's published. Let's check it out. Reload our page here. Let's go to TV series. Okay, perfect. It's fixed. Let's search for Game of Thrones. Click on it. Okay, the bug is finally fixed. So yeah, that was a small bug, and we have fixed it together. See you later, and bye-bye. Hello and welcome back everyone to a new section. In this lecture, let me give you an overview of this exciting project and what exactly we are going to build. We're gonna build an API service named randoms that will return some fake posts and products for users and allow them to perform CRUD operations on them, like adding, editing, and deleting posts and products. Additionally, we're gonna create an endpoint that will enable anyone to search for any celebrity they want and return the result to them. In this project, our main focus will be on the server side and back end of Nuxt JS, where we will create multiple endpoints to practice Nuxt 3 server-side development. We're gonna depend on various APIs such as JSON placeholder, fake store, and API Ninja's APIs. And then to document our app, we're gonna utilize a Nuxt theme called Docus, which will allow us to document or write documentation for our application using Markdown language. And finally, we're gonna deploy the application to the internet on Netlify, allowing you to show it to your potential employers and add it to your portfolio. So, let's just get started. Hey everyone, welcome back. As usual, we're gonna build this project from scratch. So let's open Visual Studio Code, a new window, and let's open our Nuxt 3 course folder using Visual Studio Code. And now let's set up our project. And in order to be able to write the documentation for the API that we are going to build, we're gonna use a Nuxt theme called Docus. If you wanna discover it by yourself, just go to their website. The URL is docus.dev and just play around with it, discover it, see how it works, etc. And now in order to install a Nuxt application using that Docus theme, we're gonna have to write this command npx nux I at latest init, and then we're gonna type the name of our app, which is randoms, and then we're gonna type -t, which stands for theme. So here basically we're installing a Nuxt app using a specific theme, and that theme is Docus. So we're gonna have to say -t themes / Docus, and then click enter, then click Y, which is yes, choose npm, and just wait for it until it's installed. Now it's installed. It's asking me if I want to initialize a Git repo. I'm gonna say no, and right now we have installed our project. Let's cd inside of the randoms folder, and then type npm run dev. Now let's open our project, and as you can see, this is the starter template of the Docus theme. It's basically a template which will allow us to write documentation for our project. And we're gonna see how to do that in the upcoming lectures. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye! Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's set up our API endpoints for our project. Create a server directory here, and inside of it create an API directory. And then we're gonna create 3 directories inside of the API directory, as these will be our endpoints. So here we're gonna create a directory named celebrities, which is our first endpoint or our first service. I have a typo here, it's celebrities. Okay, perfect. And create another one named posts and another one named products. This is going to be our services, our endpoints, celebrities, posts, and products. In the upcoming lectures, we're gonna fetch these data from different APIs. So, see you in the next lecture. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Now let's explore a very cool API named API Ninjas, from which we are going to fetch celebrity data. Just go to apininjas.com and click here on this button which says Get a free API key. It will prompt you to create an account, so just go ahead and create one. It's a very simple process. Enter your information here and click register. Then after that, you can retrieve your API key from your dashboard. I already created an account here of my own. So when I click on Get a free API key here, it's going to take me to my account or my dashboard. And here you're gonna find a section named API key. Just click here on Show API key. Of course, this has to be a secret, okay? I'm just exposing my API key here for the sake of this course. But I'm going to change this API key once I finish recording this project, okay? So copy your API key from here. And now let's go back to our project and create a .env file. And here create a variable named API ninja key equals to, and then paste your API key. And now let's go to our nuxt.config file, remove the modules, we don't need it for now. And here we're gonna say runtime config equals to an object. And here we're gonna say API ninja key equals to process.env.API ninja key. And that's it. Now we have our API key and we can use it in our API requests to the API ninjas. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Now let's create an endpoint for retrieving celebrity data. Inside of the celebrities directory, let's create a new file and name it index.js. And let's type this code. We're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take the event. And of course, as we learned before, inside of this function, we're gonna perform our API request. So we're gonna need to retrieve our API key first, right? So we're gonna say const config equals to use runtime config, and we're gonna provide the event as its argument. And then we're gonna say distract something from the config, which is the API ninja key. And then we're gonna need to take the query, because when somebody is hitting this endpoint, he's gonna be searching for some celebrity data name, right? Let's say someone is searching for Tom Cruise, for example. So we're gonna need to take that name query from him. So we're gonna say const query equals to get query using the event. And then we're gonna need to provide the URL. Let's go ahead and explore that URL. If we go here to the API ninjas and click on API, and here from that left sidebar we choose celebrity, you can see that this is the URL, this one, okay? And as I told you, the query is name. We're gonna have to provide a name query. So here, this is going to be our URL. We're gonna copy that and we're gonna paste it here. And then we're gonna start performing our API request. We're gonna say const data equals to await. And this is why we're gonna have to say async here. So we're gonna say await $fetch the URL. And here, the second argument is gonna be the options object. If we go here to the API Ninjas website, you can see here that we have to provide our API key in the headers property like that, in that format. We're gonna provide a property named X API key like that, and we're gonna put our API key here. So let's just do that. We're gonna say headers equals to an object, and here we're gonna say X dash API key, and that API key is gonna be equal to API Ninja key, our API key. And then we're gonna provide our query object, which is gonna have the name query inside of it, okay? And that's it. After that, we can return the data. And yeah, that's it. This is our endpoint, which is gonna retrieve the celebrity data. Now let's test it. Let's open Postman, make a new HTTP request. And here we're gonna make a GET request to localhost, API, celebrities, and this is going to be our endpoint. Now let's provide in the params section. The params is the same as query, like we said before. We're gonna provide a name property, which is gonna be equal to anything. Let's say Lionel Messi, and click send. Oh, sorry, we have to start our server first. We're gonna open the terminal and type npm run dev, click enter. Now let's click send again. Okay, we're getting an error. Let's try just Messi, click send. Okay, perfect, we got some results here. Of course, they returned any name which includes the word Messi, but we're just interested in Lionel Messi. This one, football player Lionel Messi. Let's provide another name, let's say Roger Federer. Click send. Okay, perfect, we got Roger Federer as a return, everything about him in this data. Perfect. Let's try Mo Salah. He's an Egyptian like me. Click send. Okay, perfect. We got a result here. And yeah, that's it. We have made an endpoint for anyone to search for his favorite celebrity. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's create an endpoint to retrieve all posts from. Create a file here inside of the posts directory, and let's name it index.get.js. And inside of it, let's type export default define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function. And we're gonna say const URL, and then we're gonna use the posts from the JSON placeholder API. Remember it? Let's go to the JSON placeholder API, and let's copy their URL, and let's paste it here, and let's add /posts. And then we're gonna say const data equals to $fetch the URL. And finally, we're gonna return the data. Now let's test it. Open Postman. We're gonna make a GET request to localhost /API/posts and click send. Okay, perfect. We got our posts here. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's create an endpoint which will allow anyone to add a new post. Inside of the posts directory, we're gonna create a new file and name it index.post.js, which means that this file is going to handle post requests. And we're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function and the event parameter, and we're gonna say const URL equals to, which is gonna be the same URL from here. We're gonna copy that and paste it here. And since we are posting a new post object, we're gonna have to take that post object from the body of the API request, right? So we're gonna say const body equals to await read body, and we're gonna provide the event to the read body function. And finally, we're gonna make a fetch request. We're gonna say const data equals to $fetch, and we're gonna provide the URL as the first argument, and the second argument is gonna be an options object. We're gonna say method equals to post, and then we're gonna provide the body. And finally, we're gonna return the data. And that's it. Now let's test it. We're gonna send an API HTTP request to the same endpoint, which is localhost/API/posts, but here we're gonna change the type of the method from get to post. And here we're gonna provide a body. Let's choose row JSON, and let's add a new post that has the title. Maybe we're gonna say new post. Let's say the body of the post is, I don't know, let's say good morning. And now let's click send. Okay, great, we got a response here. This is our new post, and they have gave it a new ID, which is 101. Perfect. Now we have set up this endpoint. That was easy, I think. So I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Now let's write the endpoint where any user can get a specific post. We're gonna go to the posts directory and create a new file between square brackets like that, because we're gonna take the ID dynamically, and then we're gonna say ID between square brackets .js. Click enter, or you know what, let's name it id.get.js, as this file will handle the GET requests. And here we're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function, and then we're gonna provide the event, and then we're gonna need to take the ID. So we're gonna say const ID equals to get router param, and then we're gonna provide the event as its first argument, and then we're gonna provide the name of the parameter that we wanna extract as its second argument, which is ID. And then we're gonna say const URL equals to, and let's copy the URL from here, paste it here, but we're gonna use the template literals because we're gonna add another path, which is slash, and then we're gonna provide the ID dynamically. And then we're gonna say const data equals to await $fetch the URL. And finally, of course, we're gonna return the data. And that's it. Now let's test it. Open Postman, new requests. We're gonna make a GET request to localhost posts API posts slash, and let's get the post number 1. Click send. As you can see, we got the post number 1 here. If we request the post number 10, click send, we got the post number 10. So yeah, that was it. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's write an endpoint where we can edit a specific post. We're gonna add a new file here, also ID between brackets, but we're gonna say dot put since this file is intended to handle put requests. So we're gonna say dot put dot JS. And here we're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function and the event. And also here we're gonna say const id equals to get router param, and then we're gonna provide the event and the name of the parameter, which is id, and then we're gonna say const url equals to our base url slash $sign id. And then since we are going to edit a specific post, we're gonna have to take a body from the incoming request, right? From the incoming HTTP request, we have to take the body. So we're gonna say const body equals to await read body, and then we're gonna provide the event. And then we're gonna say const data equals to await $sign fetch the URL, and then we're gonna provide an options object saying method equals to put, and then we're gonna provide the body. And finally, we're gonna return the data. Now let's test it. Let's say that we are going to make a put request to edit the post number 10. So we're gonna add a body object here. Its type is JSON. So let's say its title is greeting, and its body, or let's name it content. Its content is hello world. Now click send. Okay, perfect. As you can see, we have edited the post with the ID 10, or we have changed the post with the ID 10 from its past object to this object, which has this title and this content. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day, and bye-bye. Now let's see how we can create an endpoint where we can edit part of a specific post. We're gonna create a new file here inside of the posts directory, and also name it id between square brackets dot patch. So we're gonna make patch requests to edit part of a specific post, and this file is going to handle those patch requests. So we're gonna say id between square brackets dot patch dot JS, and here we're gonna say export default define event handler. It's going to take an asynchronous function, and the event, this asynchronous function is gonna take the event, and also we're gonna say const id equals to get router param, then provide the event and the name of the param, which is id, and then we're gonna say const url equals to our url slash $sign id, and then we're gonna also take the body. We're gonna say const body equals to await read body with the event, and then we're gonna say const data equals to await $sign fetch the URL, and in the options object we're gonna say method equals to patch, and then we're gonna provide the body, and finally we're gonna return the data. Now let's test it. Let's say that I want to edit just part of post number 5, post of ID 5, and provide this content to it. So we intend to edit the post number 5 by adding this content to it, okay? So let's make the method type here batch. Click send. Okay, perfect. We got the return here. As you can see, the post with ID number 5 has a title greeting content hello world, which is the content that we just added, and it still has its past body, this content. So we haven't changed the whole object. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye! Hey everyone! Now let's create an endpoint where we can delete a specific post. We're gonna create a new file here, also inside of the posts directory, named id between square brackets .delete.js. And here we're gonna say export default define event handler, take an asynchronous function, which is gonna take the event, and here we're gonna say const id equals to get router param, provide the event and the name of the param, and let's provide the URL /$id, and then we're gonna say const data equals to await $fetch the URL, and the method is gonna be delete, and finally we're gonna return the data. Now let's test it. Let's say that we wanna delete the post number 5, change the method to delete, and click send. It's going to return an empty object, which means that they have deleted the post. Of course, they are not actually gonna delete it from their databases, but they have returned an empty object to us, which means that this is a normal return for a delete request. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye! Now let's create an endpoint for getting all products. We're gonna go to the products directory and create a new file, and let's name it index.get.js. And here, of course, we're gonna say export default define event handler, take an asynchronous function, which is gonna take the event as its argument, and then we're gonna say const URL, and we're gonna use the products from the fake store API. Remember it? Let's go to the fake store API and then grab the URL for all the products, and then put it here, and then we're gonna say const data equals to await $fetch the URL, and finally we're gonna return the data. Now let's test this endpoint. We're gonna open Postman, new request, and then we're gonna hit localhost/API/products. Click send. As you can see here, we got the products from the fake store API. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye! Now let's create an endpoint to add a new product. We're gonna create a new file here inside of products directory and name it index.post.js. This file is going to handle post requests. And here we're gonna write our function, export default, define event handler, take an asynchronous function, take the event, and here we're gonna say const URL equals to this URL, and then we're gonna read the body. Since we're gonna post or add a new post, we're gonna have to read the body from the incoming HTTP request. So we're gonna say const body equals to await read body with the event. And then we're gonna say const data equals to await $fetch the URL. And then we're gonna say the method is post. And then we're gonna provide the body. And finally, we're gonna return the data. Now let's test this API endpoint. We're gonna send a post request, and here we're gonna add a new post. We're gonna say title. This is a product, so let's call it laptop. Let's say price equal 100. Click send. Okay, great, we have added a new post. Its ID is 21. And this is the title and the price. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's create an endpoint to get a specific product. Inside of the products directory, we're gonna create a new file, and let's name it ID between square brackets .get.js. And here we're gonna say export default, define event handler, take an asynchronous function and the event, and here we're gonna say const ID equals to get router param, provide the event and the name of the parameter, which is ID, and then the URL equals to the same URL from here, but we're gonna use the template literals, and here we're gonna provide the ID dynamically. And here we're gonna say const data equals to await $fetch the URL. And finally, we're gonna return the data. Now let's test it. We're gonna make a GET request to fetch product number, let's say 3. GET request, click send. Okay, perfect, we got the product number 3 here. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's create an endpoint that will allow anyone to edit a specific product. Here we're gonna create a new file and name it ID between square brackets .put.js. And here, of course, we're gonna write our function. Inside of it, let's grab the ID. We're gonna say const ID equal to get router param, and we're gonna get the ID. And then we're gonna get the body equals to await read body, provide the event, and then we're gonna copy the URL from here and paste it here. But of course, we're gonna provide the ID dynamically. So we're gonna say $ID, and then we're gonna fetch the data. await $fetch the URL, and in the options object, we're gonna say method is put, and then provide the body, and finally just return the body. Now let's try to edit the product number 3. We're gonna send a put request, and here let's say the title is mobile. Click send. Okay, great, we have edited the product number 3, and this is the new product. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's create an API endpoint to retrieve all categories. We're gonna create a new file here inside of the products directory and name it categories.js. And here we're gonna write our function, the define event handler function. We're not gonna provide the event here as we're not gonna need it. And then we're gonna say const URL equals to this URL, but we're gonna add /categories. And here simply we're gonna say const data equals to await $fetch the URL. And finally we're gonna return the data. Now let's test it here. Make a get request to products/categories. Click send. As you can see, we got the list of the categories. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Now let's create an endpoint to retrieve a specific category type. Inside of the products directory, we're gonna create a new directory, name it category. And inside of this directory, we're gonna create a new file, and we're gonna name it type between square brackets .js, which means that we're gonna take the type dynamically. And here we're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function, which is gonna take the event as its argument. And here we're gonna say const category equals to, and then we're gonna say get router param, provide the event, and we're gonna extract that parameter, which is type. And here we're gonna say const URL equals to, we're gonna open template literals, and here we're gonna take that URL and put it here and just add the type dynamically. Sorry, it's named category. And then we're gonna fetch the data equals to await $fetch the URL, and finally we're gonna return the data. Now if we go here, make a get request to categories / let's say jewelry, and click send. Oh, we got an error because this should be category, not categories. Okay, click send. We got another error. Let's try another one. Let's say electronics. Let's see what's the problem. Yeah, here this shouldn't be categories in the URL that we are sending to the fake store API. It should be category. Okay, now let's click send. Okay, perfect. We got all the products which belong to the electronics category. Now let's try jewelry again. We're gonna say category / jewelry. Click send. Okay, perfect. We got all the products that belong to the jewelry category. And yeah, that's it. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's write the documentation for the APIs that we just built using Markdown. Markdown are files that have the extensions .md. We're gonna change that template to fit our project. We're gonna go to the content directory, here, this directory, and we're gonna delete that introduction directory as we're not gonna need it. So just delete it. And let's rename this folder, this directory, from to.api to endpoints. Let's name it endpoints. Let's open this directory. We're gonna find a file named dir.yaml. Click on it. And let's change that title to our services. Now if we click here, we're gonna find that this title has been changed to our services. And if we make this bigger, if we go here to get started, we're gonna find the title here has been changed to our services. And we're just gonna leave this icon as it is. Close this file. And let's delete all of these files. And we're gonna create 3 new files. We're gonna name the first one celebrities.md, and the second one 2.posts.md, and the third one is gonna be products.md. Now let's open this file 0.index.md, and let's add some content to it. Here, we're gonna change this title from this sentence, the best place to start your documentation, to this title, randoms API. As you can see, it's reflected here. And here we're gonna change the description to, we're gonna say we provide random data from random APIs. As you can see, it's also reflected here. Now let's remove the rest of this page. We're not gonna need any of that. Okay, perfect. We have our home page, this title, randoms API, this description, the button, get started. And if we click here, we're gonna find this title, our services. Okay, great. Let's continue. Maybe we don't need this open on GitHub link. We're gonna remove it. Okay, perfect. We're just gonna leave the get started button. Okay, great. Now let's close this file and let's open this file, app.config.ts. We're gonna change this title from home docs to home randoms, our project's name. Okay, it's changed here, home-randoms. And we're gonna remove the description, the image, and here these socials, we're gonna remove them. If you open this drop-down menu, you're gonna find these socials links. If we remove this socials property, they are going to disappear. If I click here again, reload, okay, they have disappeared. Remove this one as well, the GitHub. And here in the header, we don't want this logo. So we're gonna say logo false. And here also we're gonna change this to false. This way we have our project's name here, randoms. Okay, great. Now we have done with this file. And I think we have completely set up our home page. This is going to be our home page. And if we click here on Get Started, it's going to take us to this page. We have our services here, celebrities, posts, and products. Now let's fill in this data. Let's write some content here in these pages. Now we're gonna go here to the endpoints directory and we're gonna create a new file. We're gonna name it 0.index.md. And inside of it, let's add this content. 3 dashes like that, another 3 dashes, and between them we're gonna type title, colon, and points, and here we're gonna type a hash and say choose from our services. This is a title in MD language, and here we're gonna say celebrities, open parenthesis, and type this endpoint. We're gonna say endpoints slash celebrities, and here we're gonna say posts at endpoints slash posts, and products at slash endpoints products. Now let's reload this page. You can see that this title has been added here, endpoints. This is the content from that file, 0.index.md. If we click on it, we can see the content that we just added. We just need here to add break lines like that, and it's gonna be printed beautifully like that. Okay, great. Here we have choose from our services, celebrities, posts, and products. If we click on celebrities, we're gonna find a blank page. Now let's fill in these pages. So we're gonna go to this file, celebrities.md, and here we're gonna type a title saying celebrities, and here we're gonna say search. We're gonna open square brackets like that and say search for any celebrity name you want by using the below API endpoint. Okay, great, it's reflected here. Now let's continue. So here basically we're telling anyone who reads this documentation to search for any celebrity name he wants by using the below API endpoint. So here we need to provide that endpoint. So we're gonna say 3 dashes or type 3 dashes like that. And between them, we're gonna type our endpoint, which is http :// localhost 3000 / API / celebrities, and it's reflected here. But you know what? Let's make it a text that anyone can copy. So we're gonna add 3 tildes, not 3 dashes. Okay, perfect. Now, as you can see, anyone can click here and it's gonna be copied like that to his clipboard. Right now, I can open a new tab and paste it here. But we have to tell the users something else. We have to say that method is gonna be get, like that. And here we're gonna have to tell them that they have to provide a query or params object, and then we're gonna point down like that, and this query or params object has to be or has to look like that. It has to include the property name and just provide the celebrity name. So yeah, here I think we have provided all the information. So anyone right now can copy this endpoint from here, paste it here, and provide a query param, let's say name equals to Messi, for example. Of course, this is going to be a GET request. Click enter. And as you can see, I got all the results here. Perfect. Okay, great. I think we're done with this file. Let's go to the posts.md file. And here, let's go to posts. Okay, perfect. Let's add a title saying posts. And here we're gonna open square brackets and say you can get all posts by hitting the below API endpoint. And maybe we're gonna point down like that. And here let's write our endpoint. We're gonna say http local host. Here we're gonna have 2 slashes 3000 /API /posts. And here we're gonna say method is get. And that's it. If I copy that, or if any user copies that and paste it here, oh, here we have an extra T. Let's fix that. Let's reload, copy that, and paste it here. Okay, great. We got all the posts. Now let's continue. We're gonna say you can get a specific post by hitting the below endpoint. Point down like that. And we're gonna provide the endpoint. We're gonna copy that, paste it here, but we're gonna add a slash, square brackets, and ID is put between those square brackets, meaning that this ID has to be provided dynamically. And here also method is get. So here if anyone copies that, paste it here, but here of course I'm gonna provide this dynamically, saying like I want the post number 10, I'm gonna get the post number 10. Perfect. Now let's continue. Let's here give some indication saying where ID is the post ID. Okay, this is much nicer. Let's put that here before the method. Okay, this is much better. And here let's copy that, paste it here. And here we're just gonna say you can add a new post by hitting the below endpoint. And we're gonna copy all of that, paste it here, but the method is gonna be post method. Okay, perfect, it's reflected here. And then we're gonna say and add the post object inside of the body of the API request like this. And we're gonna provide a sample of the post object like that. And then here we're gonna say you can edit a post by hitting the below endpoint, this endpoint where post ID is, is the post ID, and the method is gonna be put, okay, here. And also we're gonna tell the user that he has to provide the post object like that inside of the body of the request. And then we're gonna say that you can edit a part of the post by hitting the below endpoint. Also go to API /posts, then provide the ID dynamically, but the method is gonna be patch, and just provide your post object or the part that you want to edit from that post object in the body of the request like that. And finally here we're gonna say that you can delete a specific post by hitting the below endpoint, provide the ID, and the method is gonna be delete. Now we're done with the posts page. Now let's write the products page. Okay, I think I found a mistake here. This has to be 3.products.md. Now open this file, and I'm going to copy and paste the documentation that I wrote because I feel it's becoming boring by now. I hope you're not bored. So I wrote the documentation for the products page. You can get all products, add a new product, blah, 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 and so on. Now we have done everything. We have a full documentation for our API. This is the home page. If we click on Get Started, there is no content here. Let's fix that. I think in order to fix that, yeah, here we're gonna write /endpoints. Now let's go back home, click on Get Started. Let's restart our server. Go to our project. Okay, click on Get Started. Perfect, now we have our endpoints page. Here we can choose any of the services. Click on Celebrities. We have the documentation for celebrities. We can go to Posts. This is also the documentation for posts. This is the products, and so on. Okay, perfect. Now we have finished our project. Now let's go ahead and deploy it to the internet. We're gonna use Netlify in order to deploy this application. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's deploy our randoms app to the internet. First, we're gonna go to GitHub and let's create a new repo. Let's name it randoms, make it private, and click create repo. Now let's type git init in our terminal. We're gonna go here to the terminal and type git init, which is git initializing a git repo. Now let's type git add all, and then let's make our first commit. Now let's copy all of that, paste it here. Now if we go back here, reload the page. Perfect, we got our project on GitHub. Now let's go to Netlify, login, and after that, in the home page, let's click on import from Git, deploy with GitHub, only selected repos, or you know what? Let's select all repos, install. Now let's choose randoms or search for randoms. Okay, choose it. Here, site name, let's call it randoms. This is going to be our URL. Let's check availability. It's not available. Let's add another S, check availability. Okay, great, it's available. Okay, and here add environment variables. Let's add a new variable. Let's go to our .env file and let's copy this variable name, paste it here, and here let's copy the key itself, paste it here, and now let's choose to deploy randoms. It's gonna take some time. Okay, now it's ready. Deploy success. Let's visit our website, open production deploy. Okay, great. Now our application is deployed to the internet. If we click here on Get Started, choose Celebrities, we're gonna find out that we are telling users to visit localhost, which is not right at the moment, right? Right now, our application has this URL, right? If we go to posts, we're gonna face the same issue. Now we're gonna need to fix that. This is the URL for our application. So let's go back to our project and let's open our files, products, and find and replace. find this URL and replace it with this URL. So we're gonna copy that, paste it here, and here, replace all with this URL. And we're gonna do the same here for celebrities and also for posts. Now let's open our terminal and type git add all, git commit message, let's say fixing URL. Now let's type git push to origin on the main, press enter. Now the changes should be reflected here on GitHub. If we go to content, endpoints, yeah, we have fixing URL here. If we go to celebrities, we're gonna find that the URL has changed. Now, after we have made these changes to GitHub, it should also be reflected here on Netlify. It should be reflected to our deployed app on Netlify. So if we go here, reload the page, click on Get Started, go to Celebrities, it should be reflected. Maybe it's gonna take some time. Okay, it's still not reflected. So we're gonna go here, click on Options, and we're gonna choose Retry with latest branch commit. Now let's reload. Okay, now it's reflected. So if it's not reflected right away, just do that extra step. Go to Options, choose Retry with latest commit. So, okay, perfect. Now, if anyone visits our website on the internet and copy that URL, paste it here, and type name equals to, let's say, Djokovic. Click enter. Okay, perfect. We got a result here for Novak Djokovic. So yeah, now congratulations. We have finished a randoms app and deployed to the internet. I enjoyed this project, to be honest. Please let me know in our classroom if you have enjoyed this project or not. Now just take a little break and I'm gonna see you in the next section. Bye bye. Hello and welcome back everyone to a new section. And let me give you a quick overview of what exactly are we going to do in this project. We're gonna make a full stack e-commerce app using Nuxt 3, Tailwind CSS, Prisma, Flowbyte, Supabase, and Stripe. Now here is where the fun begins. Users will be able to register, log in, log out, and they can add items to their cart, check out, and complete items. We're gonna have a database of products displayed on our web page. Users can search for products and see details for each one. They can also list their products for sale on Shopiverse. And of course, what's an app without a little mood lighting? We'll be adding both light and dark modes for that extra flair. And finally, we're gonna deploy this amazing app to the internet using Netlify. So buckle up, my friends, it's gonna be a wild ride filled with code, creativity, and hopefully not too many bugs. Let's dive in and make magic happen. Hey everyone, welcome back. First, let's set up our project, our Shopiverse project. Let's open a new window from VS Code and then open our folder, Nuxt 3 course. Then let's open the terminal and type npx nuxi at latest, init a project named Shopiverse, press enter, choose npm, here choose no, and then let's open our folder, Shopiverse, then open the terminal again, and let's install Tailwind CSS. We're gonna say npm install save dev at NuxtJS / Tailwind CSS. Press enter. Okay, great. It's installed. Now let's copy that and let's go to the nuxt.config file, add modules, and then let's add the Tailwind CSS to the modules. And we're also gonna need a module named Nuxt icon. We're gonna use it to display icons on our web pages. So let's open the terminal and type npm install save dev nuxt icon. Press enter. Now it's installed. Let's double check. Okay, great, it's here. Copy that and let's add it also to our modules. Now let's include Flowbyte into our project using their CDN links. So here we're gonna say app equal to an object that has a head property which is equal to an object itself. And let's add a title for our project. Let's name it Shopiverse. And here we're gonna have a link and a script. Inside the link we're gonna have relationship, style sheet, href, and then let's go to Flowbyte, get started, and let's copy this link and paste it here. And here in the script we're gonna have an object. We're gonna say source equals to, and then we're gonna copy that source link and paste it here. And let's defer it. And after that, let's go ahead and install the rest of the dependencies that we are going to need in this project. First, we're gonna need Supabase in order to create a database for our project and to do authentication of users. So let's install Supabase. Open the terminal and let's type npm install save dev at NuxtJS / Supabase. Then press enter. Now let's add Supabase to our modules here in the nuxt.config file. Now let's head to Supabase and create a backend project for this project, for the Shopiverse project. As I showed you before, we're gonna go to supabase.com, create a new account if you don't have already an account, then go to your dashboard. Let's delete this project. I don't think we're gonna need it anymore. Okay, perfect. Now let's create a new project. Let's name it Shopiverse. Let's generate a password, copy that, and here let's create a .env file. Let's paste the password here for now, and let's click on create new project. Now let's go back here to the .env file and create these variables. Supabase URL equals to, we're gonna grab it later, and here Supabase key equals to, and then database URL equals to. Let's go back here to our project, go to project settings, database. This is the URL for the database. Copy that, paste it here, and put your password here, place it here. Now go to API, grab the Supabase URL, and then grab the Supabase key. And finally, we're gonna go to the nuxt.config file, and here we're gonna say Supabase equals to an object that has URL equals to process.env.supabase URL, and key equals to process.env.supabase key. And finally, we're gonna say redirect equals to false. And that's it. We have set up a Supabase project, and now we're gonna need to install Prisma. If you don't know Prisma, Prisma is an ORM. It's a modern database toolkit for TypeScript and Node.js. It simplifies database access and management by providing a type-safe and auto-generated query builder for interacting with databases. So basically, we're gonna use Prisma to easily interact with our database, our Supabase database. So let's open our terminal and type npm install --save-dev Prisma. Then press enter. Okay, now Prisma is installed, as you can see here, Prisma. So we're gonna open the terminal again, and we're gonna type npx Prisma to switch to the Prisma command line. Press enter. As you can see here, this is bunch of Prisma commands. We're gonna use the Prisma init. We're gonna say npx clear first, then say npx Prisma init, which is initializing a new Prisma project. If you read this stuff, you're gonna find out that Prisma has created a directory for us named Prisma here, and a file inside of it named schema.prisma. This is where we will write our schema models, our table models. So let's remove all of that and leave this code as it is. This is auto-generated by Prisma. And let's create a products table for our project. Our project is an e-commerce application. So we're gonna need to seed our database with some products. And actually we're gonna get these products from the Fake Store API. Remember it? So here we're gonna say model products, and then we're gonna say ID int at ID at default, and then we're gonna say auto increment. This line of code is gonna create a unique ID for each product, and then it's gonna make it the primary key for that table, and it's going to auto increment it, which means that the first product, if it has the ID 1, the second one is gonna have the ID 2, the third one is gonna have the ID 3, and so on. And here we're gonna have another attribute named title, which is gonna be a string. So right now we have ID attribute and title attribute. Then description, also a string. Image, we are matching the attributes from the returned products from the fake store API. If you remember them, they have these attributes. Image also is going to be a string that has the image URL. Then category, string, then price is going to be an integer. Then we're going to say created at, and then create a date. The type is going to be date time, question mark, meaning that it's optional. Then we're going to say add default. Now, then we're going to say add db dot time stamps 6. Here we should have a t. Okay, so this is basically going to create a date for each new created product. It's gonna tell us what's the time that it was created at. And that's it. Now we're gonna generate our schema tables. We're gonna type npx prisma generate in order to generate a products table. And here we provided the database URL from our .env file using this code, and here it's gonna generate a Prisma client for us. So let's open the terminal and let's type npx prisma generate, press enter. Okay, perfect. As you can see, it's installed Prisma client and told us to use this code, import Prisma client from Prisma client to interact with our tables and so on. Now let's migrate. We're gonna need to migrate. So we're gonna say npx prisma migrate dev dash name init, then press enter. Perfect, the migration is successful and it told us that our database is now in sync with the schema. So let's check our database at Supabase. If we go back to our project here and choose database, as you can see, we have a products table here. Let's go to table editor. We have products here. If we click on it, we're gonna have the attributes inside of this table: ID, title, description, etc. So right now, as we said, our database is in sync with our schema. Perfect. Now, as we said before, we're gonna need to seed our database with some data, in which we are going to take from this fake store API, as we said. But let's go to package.json file and add here a command named Prisma. Inside of it, let's add another command named seed, and this command is gonna type or it's going to run this command node prisma slash seed.js. We're gonna create this file. So let's go to the Prisma directory and create a new file, name it seed.js. And here let's type import from at Prisma client, Prisma client. And then, since we're gonna fetch some data from the fake store API, we're gonna need to use $fetch. And here, since we are not inside the server directory, we are inside another directory, which is the Prisma directory, we're gonna need to manually import the $fetch. It's not auto-imported outside of Nuxt folders like server, pages, and so on. So we're gonna say import something from o-fetch. This is where the $fetch is nested. So we're gonna say import $fetch from o-fetch. Then let's say const prisma equals to new Prisma client. Then we're gonna say const products URL equals to. Then we're gonna provide the fake store API URL / products. Then we're gonna fetch the products. We're gonna say const products equals to await $fetch the products URL. Then we're gonna create a function named seed products equals to an asynchronous function. And then we're gonna seed our products table with the data, with the products data came from the fake store API. Then we're gonna allow users to add their own products later when they are selling products on Shopiverse. We're gonna allow them to add their own products to our database. So here we're gonna say try products dot for each, and then we're gonna say product for each product, and we're gonna create a callback function that takes that product, but it has to be an asynchronous function as well. Await Prisma dot products dot create, and I want to create a new product for each product inside of the products that came from the API. So here I'm going to say data and open an object and say title equals to product.title and description equals to product.description and image equals to product.image and category equals to product.category, and finally the price is gonna be equal to the product.price. And here let's say catch in case of error. Let's say console.error, the error. Let's make this error like that, okay? And here we're gonna say finally await Prisma dot disconnect, and then at the bottom here call the seed products function. And that's it. Now let's open the terminal and run the command that's going to seed our database, which is npx prisma db seed, then press enter. The seed command has been executed. Now let's go to our database here, to our products table. As you can see, we have all the products from the fake store API here. We have seeded our database with these products, and now our database is ready and it has some products to show in our project. And as I told you, we're gonna allow users to add more products later. Now our project is all set up and we are ready to start writing the logic for our e-commerce app. So I hope you're excited, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Now let's create the UI components of our app. First, we're gonna delete the app.view file. We're not gonna need it. Then let's create a components directory. And inside of this components directory, we're gonna create a header component. We're gonna say header.view, then create boilerplate code, then create a component named loading.view. We're gonna show some loading message or loading spinners or something like that inside of this component. Then create a component named product component, which is the component that's going to display each single product. Then we're gonna have two navbar components, one for the public users and another one for signed in users. So we're gonna create a component named public nav.view and another one named user nav.view. And that's it. We're gonna create these components in the upcoming lectures. So, see you then, and bye-bye. Now let's create the header component. In this header component, we're gonna show the navbar. So here we're gonna say const user equals to use Supabase user. And here we're gonna show the public nav component if there is no user. Otherwise, show the user nav. If actually there is a user, show the user nav. Remove this. And that's it. This is going to be our header.view file. Now let's create the public nav component. We're gonna take a navbar from Flowbyte, so let's go there and search for navbar. Scroll down here a little bit. There is a navbar that I want. Yeah, this one that includes this drop-down menu. Copy that code, paste it here. And here, instead of saying background white, we're gonna say background gray, 100. And here, let's replace all the anchor tags with a Nuxt link. Replace the closing tag as well. Here, let's say to homepage. And here let's type Shopiverse. And here instead of this image logo, we're gonna use the Nuxt icon. Remember the Nuxt icon module that we installed? And this is how you use it. You're gonna say icon. It's a component. We're gonna say name equals to UIL colon shop and size equals to 50 and color equals to red. This is going to be our logo. I think I've wrote the closing tag here in a wrong way. Let's correct that. Okay, perfect. And here, inside of this image, I'm gonna change that source to an image that I'm going to leave for you in the resources tab to download, okay? We're gonna create in the public directory another directory named images, and this image has the name avatar.png, It's some user avatar. Okay. We're gonna create a folder here named images, and inside of it, I'm going to put my image. This is the image that I'm talking about. You can find it in the resources tab of this lecture, okay? Now let's go to the drop-down menu. In this first span, we're gonna just type hello. You know what? Let's see it live in action while we are typing the code. I'm going to create the pages here and an index.view file, create boilerplate codes, and I'm going to create layouts and then create a default layout. And inside of this default layout, we're gonna show the header for now. This is not going to be our default layout, but for now, just show the header. And here we're gonna say main slot. And now let's open our project like that. Reload the page, and now we have our navbar here. So let's continue editing the navbar. Here we were writing this drop-down menu. We wrote hello here. And here we're gonna type welcome to Shopiverse. And here, since this is a public navbar, we're gonna type here login, and this is a Nuxt link, so we're gonna make it go to /login. And the second one is gonna say register. Here we're gonna say to/register. And then we're gonna remove this and this. So right now we have this drop-down menu saying hello, welcome to Shopiverse, and then two buttons or two links saying login and register. Perfect. Now let's edit these links. Scroll down here until you find the first one here and type search. So this is going to be search, and it's gonna be a Nuxt link to search page. And here, this one is gonna be sell on Shopiverse, which is gonna be a link to /sell. Then we're gonna have another one saying about, which is gonna take us to the about page. And then we're gonna remove this one and this one as well. So right now we have these three links: search, sell on Shopiverse, and about. And this is, as you can see, our brand name and our logo here. If I click here, it's gonna take me to search, which doesn't exist for now. This is going to take me to sell. This is to about, and so on. And this is, of course, is gonna take me to the home page. So yeah, I think this is going to be our public navbar. Now let's go ahead and create our user navbar. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's create the user nav component. This is the navbar that we wanna display to the logged in users. So first, let's copy the public nav here, paste it here, and then we're gonna make some alterations. Here let's say hello, and then we're gonna say user underscore meta data dot full underscore name. Of course, since this is a logged in user, so we're gonna have a user object here that we can access and display his details. Then here we're gonna leave this as it is, welcome to Shopiverse. And here, since this is a logged in user, we're gonna say, instead of login, we're gonna say account, and then we're gonna link him to his account page. And here let's say logout. Let's make this my account, okay? And this is gonna be logout, which is gonna take the user to the logout page. And then all of this is gonna be the same. But finally here we're gonna add a link to the shopping cart. We're gonna say link to /cart, and here we're gonna display a cart. And beside that card, we want to display an icon, a shopping cart icon. So we're gonna use the Nuxt icon. We're gonna use the icon component. Here we're gonna say name equals to UIL colon shopping /cart, and the color is gonna be green, I think. Size is gonna be 30. And that's it. This is going to be our user navbar. Of course, we're not gonna be able to see it or display it until we apply the login logic, until we make users able to register and log into our application. So yeah, that's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's create the product component. Go to this file, product component.view or product-comp.view, and let's start with the template. We're gonna actually take a card from Flowbyte. So let's go to Flowbyte and search for card. Scroll down until you find this one. Yeah, this one. This is the card that we are going to use to display each product. So copy that code and let's paste it here. Paste it inside this div. And now we're gonna need to create a props. We're gonna say define props. We're gonna have just one prop, which is product, because when we're displaying this component, we're gonna loop on the products and display each product. So we're gonna need each product as a prop here to display its properties. And here, first of all, let's replace all the anchor tags with Nuxt link tags, and here the closing tag. And let's replace all hrefs with 2. Okay, this is nice. And here let's give a dynamic ID to each product, product comp, and then concatenate the product ID with it, product.id. And then let's make this link dynamic as well. When the user clicks on the product image, it's gonna take him to that specific product. We're gonna create a page later to display that specific product. This page is gonna have the name product dash, then the product ID dynamically. So if it's product number 1, it's gonna have the name product dash 1, and so on. And here the source also of the image is gonna be a dynamic one, which is product.image, and the alt text is gonna be product image. And then remove this text and type the product title, product.title, and also let's make it link to the product page. We're gonna copy that from here, paste it here. Let's add the template literals here. Okay, perfect. And then we're gonna need to add another one below it. But here we're gonna display the product description. And then let's remove all of this SVG elements. Actually, they are wrapped inside of this div, so let's delete that div. I'm actually deleting these stars, okay? This is the div that I just deleted. And let's here add an h5 element saying rating colon. And then here we're gonna display a rating. I'm gonna create a function called getRandomRating. It's gonna just generate a random number between 1 and 5, which is gonna represent a rating for that product. So here let's type getRandomRating, call the function. We're gonna define it later. And here we're gonna display the price of the product. We're gonna say product.price. And here let's change this link to button. And this button is gonna have two spans inside of it. Let's copy this one. First of all, here we're gonna say at click, call a function named add to cart, and then provide the product as an argument to this function. We're gonna write this function later as well. And here let's remove this and this one. Here inside of this span, we're gonna say if this item is already in cart. This is a function that we are going to write. And we're gonna provide a cart and the product to it as arguments. If this product is already in cart, display to the user here this text item added. Otherwise, else, display add to cart. And then under this button, we want to display another undiscounted price, indicating that this product is discounted. So here we're gonna say product.price times 2, which means that it's discounted to half. And here we're gonna add a line through class to it, indicating that this is the old price. So yeah, this is our template. Now let's write the rest of our logic here. Here we're gonna say const user equals to use Supabase user. And then we're gonna say const cart equals to use cart. This is a shared state that we are going to define later. But now let's define the rest of the functions. First, we're gonna define the already in cart function. We're gonna say const already in cart equals to a function. This function is gonna take a cart state and a product to check. So this function is gonna take the cart state object and the product, which is gonna check basically. And then it's gonna return cart state dot sum, and then the sum function is gonna take a callback function which is gonna check each product in cart, and then it's gonna return true if product in cart dot id is equal to product to check dot id. So again, basically this function is gonna take the cart state and the product to check, and then it's going to apply a function called sum. This is a function in JavaScript. It's gonna be applied on the cart state array, okay? The cart state is an array, it's not an object. I'm sorry, I think I told you it's an object before. No, it's an array. So the sum function is gonna be applied on that cart state array, and basically it's gonna loop on each object inside of this array, which is gonna be the product in cart. So a callback function is executed on each item of that cart state array, and it's going to check if at any point the product in cart, which is the object that it's checking at that specific iteration, is equal to the product that we are checking. We're gonna compare them by ID. It's gonna return right away, and it's actually going to return true. So the bottom line here is that this function is gonna check if the product is already in cart or not. Now we're done with this function. Now let's define another function named getRandomRating. This function is supposed to get a random rating number between 1 and 5. So here we're gonna return math.floor of math.random times 5. All of that is gonna be plus 1. You can use ChatGPT to generate functions like that anyways. It's not a big deal. Then let's define the add to cart function, which is gonna take a product. And here we already checked inside of our template that if the product already in cart, we're gonna display item added. Otherwise, we're gonna display add to cart, and here when the user clicks on that button, we're gonna execute the add to cart function on that specific product. So here first, we're gonna need to check if user.value, if actually this is a logged in user, because if it's not a logged in user, he can't add a product to his cart, right? He doesn't even have a cart. So in that case, we have to make that check. If there is a logged in user, we're gonna say cart.value.push the product. We're gonna add this product to the cart state, meaning that we're gonna add this product to the user's cart. Else, if this is not a logged in user, if this is a public user, we're gonna alert him saying log in to start adding products to cart. And that's it. We have finished the product component. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Now let's create the loading component. Go to loading.view file, and then let's grab some loading component from Flowbyte. Let's search for loading. Let's grab this one, copy that code, and let's paste it here. Remove the script. We're not gonna write any scripts. And that's it. This is our loading component. So, see you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's create the default layout of our app. So far, we have created this layout, but we're gonna add some stuff. Mainly, we're gonna apply a dark theme to our application. So we're gonna go to Flowbyte, search for dark, enable dark mode. And as you can see here, they are telling us that in order to apply dark mode switcher, add this code to your application. First, let's add this HTML code. We're gonna copy that and go here above the header and paste it. It's mainly a button element, as you can see. And then let's copy that code. This is JavaScript code. And let's paste it here inside of the script. But here we have to say if process.client, because this code include local storage, which is not recognized in the Node.js backend. It's only recognized in the browser front end. So here we're gonna say if process.client apply this code. And then let's copy the rest of the code, which is this code. Okay, so first you're gonna copy that to your template, then copy that to your script setup tag, and then copy that also to your script tag. We're gonna go here. All of this code has to be inside of if process.client code block, okay? And that's it. Now we have applied the dark theme to our app. Let's reload our application. If we click here, as you can see, there is this button, which indicates switching between light and dark mode. If we click on it, it's gonna switch to dark mode. And now in order to apply this feature, the dark theme, to the whole page, we're gonna add some classes here to this container dev. We're gonna say flex col, minimum height, screen, background, white, in case of dark, background, gray, 800. Now, as you can see, it's applied the whole page and we can switch between dark and light theme. And that's it. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Remember the cart state that we have created before here in the product component? This one. Let's create it together. It's gonna be a shared state, so let's create a composable for it. We're gonna create a new folder here, side of the root directory, and name it composables. Inside of it, let's create a file named states.js. And here let's say export const use cart. This is the use cart state that we used inside of the product component. It's gonna be equal to a function, a callback function, which is gonna return use state. And this state is gonna have the name cart. And the second argument is gonna be a callback function returning an empty array. And that's it. This is our cart shared state. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's create the home page of our app, this home page. Let's go to index.view file and let's fetch the products from our database. Remember? We're gonna say const data as products from await useFetch /API/products, and here in the template let's add these classes to the container dev. We're gonna make it a grid calls for gap 4. Okay, perfect. And here we're gonna make another dev displaying a product component for each product, which means that here we're gonna have to make a for loop. So we're gonna say v for each product in products show the product component, and we're gonna provide the product prop, which is the product itself, this product. And of course, let's do all of that if there is products, because if there is an error returned from our server or from the API, from our database or anything like that, we don't want to show anything. So here we're gonna say if products do this for loop. Now let's go ahead and create this endpoint API products. So see you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Hey everyone! In the previous lecture we created the home page of the app, and inside of it we fetched the products that we supposed to display on that home page, right? But we actually didn't define this endpoint, so let's do it right now. Go here to our directories and let's add an API directory inside of the server directory. And inside of that API directory, we're gonna add another directory, which is products. And inside of the products directory, we're gonna create a file named index.get.js. And inside of it, let's type import from add Prisma client, and here let's say const Prisma equals to new Prisma client, let's call it. And here we're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function. And this asynchronous function is gonna take the event as its argument. Or actually, we're not gonna need the event. Just take a callback function. And inside of this callback function, we're gonna fetch the products from our own database. We're gonna say const products equals to await prisma.products.find many. Find many is a built-in method in Prisma. And then simply we're gonna return the products. Now if we go to our project, reload the page, we should see the products. Okay, they are not displayed. Let's restart our server, npm run dev. Okay, perfect. Right now it's working. We got all of our products here, but it doesn't look very pretty. Let's fix that. Let's go to the product component. Here, the product description, I think it's too long. Let's truncate it. So let's go to product description here. Or you know what? Let's replace this h5 element with a paragraph. Let's go here to Flowbyte and type paragraph. Let's scroll down and let's copy this paragraph. Let's paste it here. And here let's type the product description. And let's here say truncate. Now let's check it out. I think so far the title and the description and the rating looks good. Now let's fix that view, this add to cart view. You know what? I have an idea here. Let's try to remove all of these classes from the span. Here as well. Let's just leave it as a normal span. Okay, the button looks better. Now we have to fix this. We want to put the button under the discounted price and the original price. So let's put this here. Okay, I think this looks better. This is the discounted price, this is the original price, and this is the add to cart button. So yeah, that's it for the home page. Now let's move on to the other features. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's allow users to register and log in to our application. For now, if for example I click on Add to Cart, as you can see, I got an alert saying login to start adding products to cart. This is what we have done in our product component. Remember, we said that if there is no user, just give him this message. So let's, as I told you, allow users to register and log in to our application. First, we're gonna allow users to register. If we open this drop-down menu and click on register, we're gonna see that the register page doesn't exist. So let's create it. Here in the pages directory, we're gonna create register.view. Then let's create some boilerplate code. Right now, the page is displayed here. It does exist now. So here we want to display some registration form. Let's get it from Flowbyte. We're gonna search for forms. Scroll down. Yeah, this is the form that I want. Copy that code. And let's paste it here. We're gonna need the email, the password. We're not gonna need the confirm password input. Remove it. And just make this full name, this one, and make this address. Yeah, this one. Let's remove the company and also the phone number. I don't need it. And that's it. Here we want to show some success and error message in case of successful registration or errors. Let's go here to Flowbyte, search for success message. Let's go here. Let's take any success message from here. Let's take this paragraph element, copy that, and let's create a div here. And inside of it, let's put this message, well done, and some success message. Let's here add a comment saying success message. And here let's grab this one. This is an error message. And here let's add another div. Let's put a comment here saying error message. And here let's paste that error message. Okay, perfect. Here we're gonna say v if there is a success message. We're gonna create that in a minute. And here we're gonna say v if there is an error message. Just one R. Okay, as you can see, they have disappeared for now. Now let's write the logic for this page. Here we're gonna say const Supabase equals to use Supabase client, and here const user equals to use Supabase user, and we're gonna create a state for the email. We're gonna say const email equals to use state that's going to return null, and another one for password equals to also a use state that's going to return null. Then one for username, and finally a state for the address. Now let's bind these input fields to these states. Let's go to the email. We're gonna say here v model email, and here this is the password. We're gonna say v model password, and this is gonna be v model with username, and finally this one is gonna be v model with the address. Now we wanna cover the edge case where if someone is already logged in or registered and navigates right away to the register page, we want to navigate him in that case to the home page. So we're going to say if user.value awaits navigate to home page. Otherwise, let's create the signup function. We're going to say const signup equals to a function, an asynchronous function actually. But first, let's create the success message state and the error message state. We're gonna say use state that's going to return false at the beginning, and here error message equals to use state that's also going to return false initially. Here this is one U, okay? Okay, perfect. Here I want to return for a second to the template and say form at submit dot prevent to prevent the default behavior. Call the signup function. Now let's return to our signup function. And here we're gonna say const data and error from await Supabase dot auth dot signup, and then we're gonna provide options object saying email equals to email dot value and password equals to password dot value, and options equals to an object that have data, which is equal to an object as well. Here we're gonna say full name equals to username dot value, and address equals to address dot value, and here we're gonna say email redirect to our URL homepage, okay? And when we deploy our application, we're gonna change that URL, okay? Because the domain name is gonna be changed by then. And then here we're gonna say if error make the success message dot value equals to null, just to make sure, and error message dot value equals to error dot message, and then return from the function. Otherwise, if there is no error, if the registration is successful, make the error message dot value equals to null in order to clear it, and success message dot value equals to a string saying redirecting, and then we're gonna wait for 2 seconds. We're gonna say set timeout for 2 seconds, and here we're gonna call an asynchronous function clearing the success message after we display it, and then we're gonna say await navigate to the confirm page. In this confirm page, we're gonna tell the user to check his email to confirm registration. And that's it. Now let's test our work. I'm going to generate a temp mail, copy that mail, then paste it here, password, let's say 123456. Let's say full name is Leo Messi, address 123 Barcelona, anything. Click submit. Okay, I got a message saying well done, some success message. We have to fix that. Here, let's go to our template and say well done, and we're gonna display the success message. And here, in case of error, we're gonna say oh snap, and we're gonna display the error message. So in that case, this string is gonna be displayed, which is redirecting. And right now we are redirected to the confirm page. We're gonna create it later. Here, let's confirm our sign up. After we click on confirm, we're gonna be redirected to our home page, which is perfect. And look at that. Right now I am a registered user, and this is why a cart button and icon has appeared here. And if I click here, it's gonna tell me hello Leo Messi. This is my username for now, and the view is displayed here, my account and logout. So right now it's displaying the user nav, not the public nav. If I click here, it's gonna take me to a cart page, which doesn't exist for now. Let's go back, reload. And if I click on add to cart, as you can see, it's telling me item added. If we open the Nuxt DevTools, as you can see, a cart state has been created here. Remember the shared state? If we click on it, you can see that it includes now the items that I clicked on. If I click on this one, and here reload page, it's also added. Now let's head to Supabase, our dashboard, and go to our project, go to authentication. You can see that we have a new registered user here, Leo Messi, and this is his email, the email that we have just used. So yeah, that's it. We have applied the registration logic. In the upcoming lectures, we're gonna apply login, logout, etc. So see you then. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's create the confirm page. We're gonna go here to our project and create a new page, name it confirm.view, and let's go to Flowbyte, grab some h1 element. Let's take this one, paste it here, and here let's type please check your email to confirm registration or to confirm your registration. And here I want to make sure that the user is actually coming from the registration page. He's not just hitting this page, this route /confirm. No, I want to make sure that he came from the registration page. And this is why we're gonna create a middleware here saying, first of all, we're gonna say define page meta. And here we're gonna create a middleware function. First, let's create the array, and here let's create the function. It's an asynchronous function that's going to take to and from. And we're gonna say if from dot name is not equal to register, which means that if the user is not coming from the register path, register endpoint, or the register route, just return await navigate to homepage, and that's it. Now if we go to our project, if I go to confirm, since I'm not coming from the register page, it's gonna navigate me to the home page directly. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Hey everyone, now let's create the logout page. We're gonna create a new file, new page, name it logout.view, and then let's add some boilerplate code, and let's write our JavaScript code first. Here we're gonna say const user equals to use Supabase user, and of course don't forget to say const Supabase equals to use Supabase client, and here success message equals to use state. That's going to return null or false or whatever. And let's add another one for the error. Let's say error message, and let's write a middleware first. We're gonna say define page meta middleware equals to an array, and the first item is gonna be a function, asynchronous function, and inside of it we're gonna create a user equals to use Supabase user. Of course, we are not accessing that user because the middleware doesn't have access to this code, okay? The middleware is gonna run before directing to this page. And here we wanna cover the edge case where a user that is not logged in or registered navigates right away in his browser to the logout page. In that case, we wanna redirect him right away to the login page, indicating that you have to log in first in order to log out, right? This is logical. So here we're gonna say if not user, await, navigate to login page. Now we're gonna define a logout function. We're gonna say logout equals to asynchronous function, and then we're gonna say const error equals to await Supabase .auth .logout, sign out, and then call the sign out function. And then we're gonna say if error, if there is an error, let the error message .value equals to the error .message. And here let's make sure that the success message .value is gonna be equal to null. Okay, in case of routing or navigating between pages, we don't want to see anything inside of this success message, anything from a previous rendering or anything like that, okay? Then we're gonna say return from the function. Otherwise, we're gonna say success message dot value equals to a message saying hope to see you soon, see you again soon, comma, and then we're gonna say redirecting, and then we're gonna wait for 2 seconds, and here we're gonna call an asynchronous callback function. Inside of it, we're gonna say success message dot value equals to null. We are clearing it out. We are clearing the success message, and then we're gonna say await, navigate to homepage. Now this user is gonna log out, and we're gonna show him the public view for our application. Remember? Now he's gonna see the public nav. He's not gonna be able to add items to cart, and so on. Now let's write our template. Here I wanna show some h1 element asking the user, are you sure you wanna log out? And then a button displaying yes, log me out, and another link saying no, go back to homepage. If for any reason he changes his mind, I'm gonna take him back to the homepage. Otherwise, if he clicks on that button, I wanna log him out. And then of course, below them, I wanna show the success message and error message in case of logging out successfully or error message, or in case of any error happening. So let's go to Flowbyte. Let's choose an h1 element. Let's take this one, paste it here, and say, are you sure you want to log out? Question mark. And then we want to center the text. So here we're going to add a class text center. Then let's search for any button. Let's take the default button, put it here, and say, yes, log me out. Let's add a break line here. And here, beside this button, we want to display a Nuxt link to homepage. And we're going to put a button here. Let's take this button, the alternative, put it here. And here we're going to type no, go back to home page. And here let's go to the register page. I want to copy the success and error messages and then paste them here. And that's it. Now let's test this logout page. Okay, first of all, let's register a new user. I'm gonna go to temp mail, copy that email, go here to register, paste that email, password 123456, name, let's say Elon Musk, address 123 Tesla company, and let's copy that email. I want to keep it here for now. Now let's click on submit. Okay, please check your email to confirm your registration. Let's go here, confirm our email. Now we are logged in. Now let's log out. As you can see here, hello Elon Musk. I'm going to log out page. It's asking me, are you sure you want to log out? If I say no, it's going to take me to home page. Now let's actually log out. I'm going to say, yes, log me out. It's not doing anything. Let's check why. Oh, actually we forgot to call the logout function. Here, let's go to this button and say at click, just call the logout function. Now let's click on this button. Yes, log me out. Okay, I got the message. Well done, hope to see you soon, blah, 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 blah. and I was redirected to the home page displaying the public view of our application. And here, let me show you something. If I click here, this drop-down menu is not opening. And if I close this and click here, also this drop-down menu is not opening. And this is because we have to do something. Let's fix this issue, okay? Let's go to the public nav. First of all, we're gonna have to install Flowbyte, the Flowbyte package, okay? So far we are using the links from their CDN. But now we're gonna install the Flowbyte package. We're gonna say install Flowbyte. We're gonna say -d to save in development. Now let's make sure it's installed. Gonna go to package.json. Okay, it's there. Perfect. And now let's go to Flowbyte. I'm gonna show you something. Click on Get Started. Keep scrolling until you find this code. We're gonna have to import a function from Flowbyte named init Flowbyte. And then we're gonna say onMounted init Flowbyte. So let's just do that. Of course, we're not gonna import onMounted from Vue because it's auto-imported in our project. So we're gonna copy that code, actually all of this code, and let's go here to our user nav and paste that code here, and also go to public nav and do the same. And right now it should be fixed. If I click here, it's working. If I minimize the page, click here, it's working. This issue appeared before when we were doing client-side navigation. Basically, when we're navigating between pages here on the client side. After navigation, it refused to open the drop-down menu and close it, and that was before. But right now we have fixed this issue. It's working properly, okay? There is one more thing I need to do here. I'm gonna go here to the logout page. And here I'm just gonna add a space. And also here I'm gonna add a space. And here in the register file, I'm gonna do the same. Here add space. And here as well. Here I found an issue. Let's fix it before we finish this video. Here we should say if not user dot value. And that's it. Now let's go ahead and create our login page. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's create the login page. Create a new file, login.view. Then let's take some login form from here. Login forms. Let's scroll down and let's take this form, paste it here. We want the email, password. We don't wanna this remember me div. And here the submit. Okay, perfect. And let's go to register page and copy and paste success and error messages under the form here. And let's copy these states and paste them here. And also let's take email and password, user and Supabase. Paste them here. And then also we're gonna say if user.value, just navigate to the home page. If the user already logged in and navigates right away to the login page, just navigate him to the home page. Otherwise, let's copy this sign up function from here, paste it here. But here let's do some alterations, we're gonna say const login, and here we're gonna say sign in with password. And here let's just remove this options object, and here we're gonna leave this as it is, and here as well just navigate the user to the home page. And here let's say at submit dot prevent to prevent default, call the login function. Now let's copy that email. Let's go to our project, choose to login, paste the email here, type 123456. I think that was the password. Click on submit. It's telling me, oh snap, invalid login credentials. First of all, let's put this inside the form, okay, in order to be aligned with the form. Let's try this user, this one, Leo Messi. Put the username here, and here 123456. Click on submit. Oh, we forgot to do something here. We forgot to bind the email with the email state. We're gonna say v model email, and the password as well, v model with the password. Now let's try to log in with this email again. Here 123456 password, submit. Okay, well done, redirecting. Right now we are logged in. Let's log out again. It's telling me here, hello Elon Musk. Let's say yes, log me out. Now let's log in with Leo Messi. Let's copy his email, paste it here. I think it's the same password. Let's click submit. Okay, perfect. Hello, Leo Messi. But here let's make sure we are clearing the success message after the login is successful. We're gonna say success message dot value equals to null. Here let's make sure it's done. Okay, it's not done. We're gonna say success message dot value equals to null, and also in the logout. Okay, perfect, it's done. Okay, now let's log out. Yes, log me out. Let's log in with Leo Messi. Let's log out again. Login, go back to login page. Okay, the message has disappeared, meaning that we have cleared it successfully. Okay, that was it for the login feature. In the next lecture, we're gonna develop the login with Google and GitHub feature. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, now let's create the feature which will allow our users to log into our application using their Google and GitHub accounts. Let's go to our GitHub account first. I'm gonna go to my GitHub account, go to settings, then developer settings, auth apps, new auth app, name Shopiverse, homepage URL. I'm going to provide the localhost URL for now, but later when we deploy our app on Netlify, we're gonna change that to our deployed app URL on Netlify, okay? And here we're gonna get this from Supabase as we learned before. Let's go to authentication, providers, then let's go to GitHub. Copy that callback URL and let's paste it here, then register application, then copy the client ID, paste it here, then generate a new client secret login or confirm password, copy the client secret, then paste it here, then enable GitHub, then click Save. Now let's enable Google. Then let's go to Google Cloud. I'm gonna go to my console. Okay, let's agree on that. Then let's create a new project. Let's name it Shopiverse. Click Create. Then go to the project, APIs and Services, OAuth consent screen. Choose External, click Create. App name Shopiverse. Then provide the URL for our project, in which we are going to change later as well when we deploy our application. And then I'm going to provide a contact information, save and continue, back to dashboard, go to credentials, create credentials, auth client ID, application type web application. Here let's add a redirect URL. Let's go here to Supabase, then choose Google, copy that, paste it here, then click Create, then copy the client ID, paste it here, copy client secret, paste it here, then enable sign in with Google, click Save, and now perfect, I've connected my GitHub account and Google account to my Supabase backend project. Now let's go back to our code. I'm gonna add 2 extra buttons here. Let's search for buttons here. I remember I found a sign in with Google buttons here before. Yeah, this ones. Let me choose the sign in with GitHub button and sign in with Google button. Let's copy both of these, paste them here, and let's here change this from submit to login, and here say type button and say at click call the login function, and here I'm gonna say at click equals to GitHub login, and here at click Google login. Now let's check our login page. Okay, we have our buttons here. Let's add break lines. Here I'm gonna add 2 break lines, and here the same. Okay, perfect, it looks better now. Now let's write these functions. Here I'm going to copy this function, paste it here, but here I'm gonna say GitHub login, and here I'm gonna say sign in with auth, and here in the options object I'm gonna say provider GitHub. Let's remove that extra L, and let's copy this function, paste it here, and here let's say Google login, and here provider is Google, and that's it. Now let's test these functions. Let's reload the login page. I'm gonna click on sign in with GitHub. Well done, redirecting. I'm gonna log in with GitHub, sign in. Then it's asking me, do I wanna authorize Shopiverse application by this developer, which is me? I'm gonna say, yeah, authorize him. And then I'm logged in with my GitHub account. This is my name. Let me log out. Okay, it's logging me out. Then let's try to log in with Google. Sign in with Google. Well done, redirecting. I'm gonna log in with Google. Next. Next. Then it's asking me if I want to continue, then I'm going to say yes, continue, and I'm signed in with my Google account. Perfect. Now let's go to our Supabase dashboard. Go to authentication. You can see that my email here has been added to our database. Of course, I used the same email to sign in using both Google and GitHub, and this is why it's saved only once here. It's just one person. But let's try to log in with another Google account. Let's choose to log in, then sign in with Google. I have another account here, another Google account. I'm gonna log in with it. Let's click continue. Okay, perfect. I'm logged in right now. Let's go back to Supabase. Perfect. As you can see here, this is another person logged in with Google, and this guy, which is also me, logged in with GitHub, those guys, and so on. We have here all the data about our users. Now everything is working properly. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's create the search page. Create a new file. Let's name it search.view. And here we want to create some sort of a search bar and display the search results to the user. So let's go to Flowbyte, search for search input, and let's choose this one. Let's copy this code and let's paste it here, and we got it here. And here let's change the placeholder. Let's say search for any product. Okay, great. Now let's remove this button. I don't think we're gonna need it. Perfect. And here in the script, let's say const search input equals to use state. That's going to return null. And here let's create another state named search results equals to use state. That's also going to return null initially. And now let's bind this search input with this input. We're gonna say v model search input. Now when a user inputs anything here, we want to fetch the search results. We're gonna fetch them from our backend, from our server, and on our server we're gonna fetch them from our database. So here we're gonna say const data equals to await useFetch, and here let's say API slash search slash query, and let's provide an options object saying immediate false, because as usual we don't want to send an empty string in a fetch request like that. And then let's provide a query object that include input option or input query equals to search input. And then when the data arrives, we want to transform that data, or we want to apply the transform function on the data and say search results, let the search results dot value equals to data. Now let's reload. And here below the form, we want to make a for loop in a div. But first, let's create a grid container. We're going to say class grid call or calls for gap for, and here let's display a div for each product. So here we're going to say v for product in products sorry, in search results, I want to display a product component, and the product props is going to be equal to the product, this product. But we want to show that results only if there are search results and there is something written in the search input. Because when the user is searching for something here, like let's say laptop or anything like that, I want to display the results dynamically while he's typing, okay? So if he clears that search input, I want to clear the page as well. And this is why I'm saying here, if the search input doesn't have anything, if it's empty, don't show anything on the web page, okay? So yeah, that's it. Now let's go ahead in the next lecture and create that endpoint and fetch the search results from the server side. So see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, let's create the search endpoint here on the server. Let's go to Server API Products, and inside of Products, let's create a new folder and let's name it Search, and inside of it create a new file and name it query.js. Open this file, and here let's type import from Prisma client, Prisma client. Here let's say from, and here let's type const Prisma equals to new Prisma client, and here let's say export default, define event handler, which is gonna take an asynchronous function, and this function is gonna take the event. And here let's grab the query object. We're gonna say const query equals to get query and then provide the event, and then we're gonna say const query item equals to query dot input, and then let's grab the results or the item. We're gonna say const items, and let's search in our database for that specific item. So we're gonna say await Prisma dot products dot find many, and then let's provide an object to this find many function, and we're gonna say where, and then we want to search for that item by title and description, meaning that if I write laptop here, I want to search through my database for every item, every product that includes this word laptop, and I want to search in each product's title and description. So how are we going to do it? We're going to say or, and this or is going to be equal to an array. And here we're going to provide two objects, one for title and another one for description. So here we're going to say title equals to an object that contains the query item, and let's say mode intensive, and here we're gonna say description also contains query item and also mode intensive, and then after that we want to return the items, and that's it. Now let's reload the page. Let's restart our server, reload. Now let's search for anything laptop. As you can see, I'm getting results dynamically, and when I clear the search input, I get an empty page here. Let's search for, I don't know, mobile. There is no mobiles. TV. Okay, let's say women. Okay, I got bunch of results here. Okay, perfect. Let's add a break line here. Here, let's add 2 break lines. Okay, like that. It looks better. So let's try everything so far. I'm gonna log in. Log in with Google. Okay, perfect. It's working. Add to cart, item added, add to cart, item added. Let's search for something. SSD. Okay. This is added. This is not. Let's add it. Perfect. Now let's log out. I'm gonna say yes, log me out. Here I'm still getting item added. So we're gonna need to fix that. Let's go to the product component here. And here, see this span? We are saying if the item already in cart, show item added. Otherwise, show add to cart. So we're gonna have to add here if the item is already in cart and actually there is a user. So here we're gonna say and user, meaning that if there is a logged in user and the item is already in cart, show item added. Otherwise, this means that this is either a public view or the item is not in cart. In that case, show a span saying add to cart. Now, let's log in again. Try GitHub this time. Perfect. I got the cart here. Let's add to cart, add something to cart. Let's search for something. Okay, add them. Then let's log out. Yes, log me out. And here it is, it's fixed. Nothing is added to cart right now because I'm logged out. So yeah, everything is perfect so far. So let's continue. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone! In this lecture, let's create the About page. But actually, I'm thinking of something new, something interesting. I'm gonna try to ask ChatGPT to create that page for me. Let's try it out together. I'm gonna go to ChatGPT and let's give it some prompt. Let's say create an About page for an e-commerce platform named Shopiverse and give it a nice styling. Give me the HTML and CSS code. Let's press enter. Okay, I think it's working. Okay, nice. Let's try what ChatGPT has gave to us. Let's copy this HTML code. And here let's create an about page. About.view. Here in the template, let's paste the HTML code. But let's remove the HTML and body tags. Let's remove all of that. Okay, we have a header. We have a section, a footer. Okay, nice. Let's remove the script. We're not going to need it. Now let's copy that CSS code and let's paste it here. And since they are giving some styling here to the body element and we have deleted it, let's add a class here named page body. And here let's say dot page body. Now let's take a look at our about page. Okay, there is something wrong. Let's restart our server. Let's go back to our application, reload the page. Oh, it's giving me a SAS error. Okay, here, let's remove that. Let's reload our page, go to the about page. Okay, I think this looks kinda nice. It's not very bad. We're gonna leave it as it is, okay? Perfect. I think it looks much nicer in the dark mode. So yeah, anyways, let's move on to the next feature. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's create the page that's going to display a single item or a single product. In the pages directory, let's create a new file and name it products dash id between square brackets like that dot view. And here in the script, let's grab the route. We're gonna say const route equals to use route. And here let's say const id equals to route dot params dot id. And here let's say const data as products, and also unpack the pending property. And here we're gonna say await useFetch. And then since we're gonna provide the ID dynamically, let's create a callback function here that's going to return this URL /API /products /find product by ID / and let's provide the ID dynamically. And let's provide an options object saying lazy equals to true. And here in our template, let's say show the loading component if the pending is true. If the data is still pending, show the loading component. Otherwise, show the product component. Here we're gonna say velse, and the product prop is gonna be equal to product. Let's fix this. And that's it. Now let's fetch the data on the back end. Here in the products, let's create a new directory. Let's name it find dash product dash by dash ID. And inside of it, let's create a new file. Name it ID between square brackets dot JS. And let's copy the code from here, from the query.js file, paste it here. We're gonna remove that and also that. And here we're gonna say const product ID equals to get router param, provide the event, and the param name, which is ID. And then we're gonna say const product equals to await Prisma dot products dot find first. Here we want to grab the product from our database by ID. So we're going to say find first, then provide an object saying where ID equals to the product ID. But here we're going to need to convert it to number and then return the product. Now let's test all of that. I'm going to go to the home page, click on that. It's not working. Let's find out why. Okay, here this should be just product. So let's rename that to product dash id.view. Let's reload our application. Let's click on a single item. Perfect, as you can see. First, it showed us the loading component and then it displayed the product. Let's try another one. Let's search for something. Let's say SSD. Click on it. Okay, it's working. Let's click on that. Very, very nice. And that's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's create a very exciting feature which is sell on Shopiverse. In this lecture, we want to allow users or any user to sell or to list his product for sale on Shopiverse, so that when a user clicks on that link, we're gonna display some form to him where he can input his product title, description, and also he can upload an image for his product. And then we want to save these details in our database so that we can retrieve that product later and display it in the home page, in the search results. Let's say someone is selling a mobile or a laptop and another user is searching for a laptop or a mobile. We want to display that laptop that the other user listed for sale in the search results. So, how exactly are we going to do that? First of all, we're gonna create the cell.view file. Let's go to pages and create cell.view file. And then we're gonna get a form from our best friend Flowbyte, as usual. Let's search for forms. Let's scroll down, and I want that input, that exact input. It's labeled small input. So let's expand this code and let's copy that. And let's here open a form element. We're gonna give it a class max width large mx02, and let's paste this div here. And I want to give it that class, copy that and paste it here. And here let's type product title. Let's add break lines here. Okay, nice. And let's copy that input field, add another one here and name it product category, and a third one for product price. Then let's go back to Flowbyte. Then scroll down until you find that text area input field, copy that and paste it here. Remove that form. And here let's type product description. And here in the placeholder, let's type write your description or your product description here. Okay, perfect. Then we want to display an input field to allow the user to upload an image for the product. Let's scroll down here in Flowbyte. And yeah, let's choose this one, copy that, paste it here, remove the form element. And here let's type upload a product image. Let's add a break line here. Okay. Let's here say like a message saying a good product image will help you sell more, whatever. Okay, nice. It's down here. And here, in case of image uploaded successfully or there is an error, we want to display a message. So let's go to any of our other templates. I want to copy the success and error messages fields. Oh, it's not here in the index.view. Okay, let's go here. Let's copy all of that, paste them here. Let's remove that for now. And let's add a button after that. Let's search for buttons. Let's scroll down. And here, I like this button. It's this one. Let's copy that. Let's add it here and type upload image. Then let's add 2 break lines. Then I want to add some sort of a break line here. Let's search for break lines. Okay. Scroll down and I want this. Copy all of that. Paste it here. Let's remove this paragraph and also this paragraph. Now we have only the break line. Awesome. And finally, we want to add 2 buttons. One to submit the product and another one to clear all inputs, clear everything. So let's choose another 2 buttons. Let's choose the default button here. Copy that. And let's paste it here. And let's choose another button. Let's take this one, labeled red to yellow. Copy that. And paste it here. And here let's type submit product. And here let's type clear everything. And let's copy the success and error messages and paste them here to show if the product is uploaded successfully or if there is any error. Now we have finished our template. Let's write our logic here. We're gonna say const user equals to use Supabase user, and here const Supabase equals to use Supabase client. And of course, we're gonna say if this is not a logged in user, if no user dot value, just await, navigate to login page. We don't want a public user uploading a product to our website. It has to be a logged in user to know his details and stuff like that. And here let's create a bunch of states. We're gonna say const product title equals to use state. That's going to return null. And then const product description equals to the same state, the same use state returning null. And here product price equals to the same. Then product category. Then we're gonna say product image. And then we're gonna say image URL. You're gonna understand how are we going to use these states, okay? And here we're gonna say const image upload success message equals to the same state. And here we're gonna say const image upload error message equals to the same use state. And here we're gonna say const product creation success message. And finally, we're gonna say product creation error message. This is going to be our states for this feature. Now let's define the function that's going to clear everything. Here it took me to the login page. So let's log in. I'm gonna copy that email paste it here. I think the password was 123456. Login. Okay, nice. Let's go back here to sell on Shopiverse. Here, let's create the function that's going to clear everything. Let's go back here and type const clear everything equals to a function. And here we're gonna say product title dot value equals to null. And here product description dot value equals to null. I'm going to do the same for the rest of our states, okay? Okay, I finished writing this function. Let's call it here. Let's go to this button and say at click equals to, and then call the function clear everything. And now let's bind these input fields to our states. So here let's go to the product title, the input field, and write the model product title. And here in the category, let's type vModel product category. And here the same for price, product price. And here let's bind this text area with the product description. And that's it. Now let's test clear everything function. I'm gonna type anything here. Click on clear everything button. Okay, perfect, it's working. Now let's continue. And here let's write a function that's going to handle the change of this file here. We're gonna name it handle file change equals to a function that's going to take the event and make product image dot value equals to the event dot target dot files of index 0, meaning we're selecting the first file, and then we're gonna go to the type file input, this input, and here we're gonna say at change call handle file change function. And then we're gonna need to create an upload image function, const upload image equals to a function. And this function is gonna be an asynchronous function. But before creating this function, we're gonna need to allow uploading files to our database in the Supabase backend. So let's go to our Supabase dashboard, go to our project, and then we're gonna choose storage. And let's add a new bucket here, make it public, and call it images, and click save. And then let's create a new folder inside of it. Let's name it public. And then we're gonna need to allow anyone to upload files to this folder. How are we going to do that? We're gonna need to create a policy, because by default, Supabase is not gonna allow that. We have to explicitly allow it. We're gonna go here to other policies under storage.objects, create a new policy, choose this option, full customization, and then we're gonna choose this one, insert. Insert meaning adding files, uploading files. And let's name it allow all uploads, give it a name here. And here all we're gonna do is to type true. Then click on preview. Supabase is gonna create a policy for us. This is Postgres policies, okay? I don't wanna dive too much into it. All you need to know here is that this is going to allow anyone to upload images to our database. So click Save Policy, and that's it. Now we can upload images to our database. So let's create the function that's going to allow us to do that. First, we're gonna need to cover some edge case. We're gonna say if not product image dot value. We're gonna say if process dot client. If this is client side rendered, alert the user. Please select a file to upload, or select an image to upload. Now if we go to this button, the upload image button, and say add click equals to upload image. Here if I click here without selecting a file, it's gonna alert me, please select an image to upload. Awesome. And here let's return right away from the function. Otherwise, we're gonna say const image equals to product image dot value. Then we're gonna say try, then catch, and inside of this try catch blocks, we're gonna write this code. We're gonna say const data and error from await Supabase dot storage dot from images. We are selecting the images bucket. Then we're gonna say dot upload to the public folder. We're creating this path public slash, and we're gonna provide the image.name. We're gonna upload the image itself, and then we're gonna provide an object with some Supabase options. We're gonna say cache control 3600 upsert false. And then here we're gonna say if there is a data, if there is a returned data, make the image success or the image upload success message dot value equals to image uploaded. And then we're gonna need to grab the URL for that image in order to be able to add that URL to the database later, and then display it on the screen when we are retrieving that product. So we're gonna say const data equals to Supabase dot storage dot from images dot get public URL for this image, that specific image, and then make the image URL dot value equals to the returned data dot public URL. Here let's type await, and here finally in the case of error, let's say image upload error message dot value equals to error dot message. Here let's test it. I'm gonna go to Google Images. Let's search for anything. Let's say nature. Let's save image as. I'm gonna save it to my desktop under the name nature.png. Now let's try to upload this file. I'm gonna go to my desktop, choose the image that we just downloaded, and click on upload image. Now let's go back to our Supabase backend, choose images. As you can see, the image has been uploaded to our database, which is really nice. Now let's go here in this area before the upload image button. And here in the success message, we're gonna say v if image upload success message. Now let's reload. This should disappear. Okay, it did disappear. Copy that and paste it here, meaning that if the image is uploaded successfully, show the state inside of this state value. Otherwise, here we're gonna say v if image upload error message, show the error message. Both of them has been disappeared. Okay, great. Now I wanna delete the image from my database and then upload it again. I should get a success message here. Upload image. Okay, nice. It's telling me well done, image uploaded. Perfect. Let's just add some break lines here, like a break line here. Okay, nice. Now let's clear everything. Perfect. Now let's continue. Now after we created this function, we're gonna need to create the product. Here, when we submit product, we're gonna need to create the actual product in our backend, in our database. So we're gonna say const create product equals to a function, which is gonna be an asynchronous function. And here we're gonna say const data and error. Here we're gonna say data as product from await useFetch, and then we're gonna go to API products / create -new -product. We're gonna create that endpoint later. And here we're gonna provide a query. Title equals to product title. Description equals to product description. Image equals to image URL. Category equals to product category. And finally, price equals to product price. And then we're gonna say if error dot value, make the product creation error message dot value equals to error dot message. Or you know what? Let's create our own message. We're gonna create a string saying an error happened, try again, and then just return from the function, from the create product function. Otherwise, let the product creation success message dot value equals to, let's say, product created successfully, redirecting, and then we're gonna grab the product ID. We're gonna say product ID, const product ID equals to the returned product dot value dot ID, and then we're gonna wait for 2 seconds, and we're gonna await navigate to the product page. We're gonna say /product -product ID. And that's it for our client-side logic for this feature. Now let's create this endpoint. Let's go to server, API products, and let's create a new file here. or let's make it a new directory and name it create-new-product. Press enter, and inside of it let's create a file named index.js. Then press enter, and inside of it let's write our backend logic. We're going to say import from Prisma client, Prisma client, and here let's say const Prisma equals to new Prisma client, and here we're going to say export default, define event handler. That's going to take an asynchronous function which is going to take the event, and then we're going to get the query. We're going to say const query equals to get query, then provide the event. Then we're going to destructure the values from the query, which are title, description, image, category, and price. And then we're going to create a variable named new product. We're going to say let new product. It's not a const. We're gonna change it in the upcoming code. And here we're going to say try catch. Here in the try block, we're going to say new product equals to await Prisma dot products dot create, and we're going to create a new product saying data equals to an object that contains title, the description, the image, the category, and finally the price is gonna be equal to parse int of our price, the product price. And in case of error, let's just console.error the error, and here let's say finally await Prisma dot disconnect $disconnect, and then after all of that we're gonna return the new product. And that's it. Now let's try to create a new product. We're gonna reload the page. Oh, I think we have an error here. Okay, let's restart our server. Let's reload the page. Okay, now it's working. Let's try to create a new product. Let's create like a laptop product. Category electronics, price, let's say 200, whatever. Here let's say best laptop ever. Let's download a laptop image. Laptop. Okay, let's choose anything. Save image as. Save it in the desktop. Let's say laptop.png. And here let's choose to upload this image. Click on upload image. Well done, image uploaded. Perfect. Now let's submit product. But first of all, let's handle these messages. We don't want to show them all the time. Let's go back here to the cell.view file. And here we're gonna say v if product creation success message show that message. And here let's say v if product creation error message show the error message. Okay, now let's try again. The success and error messages here have been disappeared. Let's delete the laptop image from our database. And now let's try again. Add title laptop, description, category, electronics, price, let's say 200, description, best laptop ever. Upload the laptop file, upload image, well done, image uploaded. Okay, let's click on submit product. Okay, we're not getting anything here. Let's find out why. Oh, I know why. We have forgotten to call the create product function on this button. So let's go to the submit product button here. And here let's just type at click, call the function create product. Now let's delete the laptop image again from our backend. And here let's reload the page, try again. Product title laptop, category electronics, price 200. Here best laptop ever. Here upload the laptop image. Upload image. Okay, nice. Then click on submit product. Okay, nice. It created the product successfully and redirected me to a page representing this product. This is the image, title, description, price. I can add it to cart. Now if we go to the home page, scroll down here, you can see my newly added product here. And I can go to search and search for laptop. And I can see my product here. And here, if we go to our Supabase dashboard, you can see that the product that we just added has been added to the products table. So yeah, I think this feature was really interesting. I had fun developing it. I hope you had fun too. Tell me your opinions in our classroom, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Now let's create the cart page. Let's go to Pages, create a new file, and name it cart.view. And I want to display the user cart in some sort of a table. So let's search for tables in Flowbyte. Let's go here to Flowbyte and search for tables. And let's take the first table here, copy the code, and let's paste it here. And here I want to add some products to cart and then go to cart page. Okay, nice. Now let's write our logic. This is the table. Let's add a break line here. We're gonna leave the product name as it is. And here let's display the price. And here we're gonna leave category as it is. And here finally, let's say image. And here in the body, we're gonna say if cart, meaning that if there are items inside of the cart, display these data. And here we're gonna make a loop. We're gonna say for each product in cart. And here let's add product dot title, and here product dot price, and here let's say category, and here let's add an image element, width 50 pixel, and the source dynamically is gonna be product dot image, and here let's say the alt text product image, and here let's add another table data element. Inside of it, let's add a button and an icon indicating remove from cart. So we're gonna add like an X icon. We're gonna say icon, name equals to FA, remove, size 25, color, let's say red, and here we're gonna say add click. I want you to call a function that we're gonna define later named remove from cart, and then we're gonna provide the product. Now let's remove these other table rows, and here let's say const cart equals to use cart. So okay, nice, we have our cart items here. If I add some other items like this one, let's add the product that we added before, this one. Now let's go to cart. Okay, all of them are added. Perfect. Then I want to add some sort of a checkout button. So let's go here and let's search for cards. And let's take this one, copy that code. And let's go here, add 2 break lines below the table. And let's copy that code here. Let's remove this anchor tag. And inside of this h1 element, we're gonna say total. And here in this paragraph, we're gonna display the total. So we're gonna say dollars. And here we're gonna call a function named calculate or calc total cart. And here let's just type checkout. Okay, it's complaining because of this function. Now let's define this function. We're gonna say const calc total cart, Sorry, we're gonna say equal to a function. We're gonna say let total equals to 0. Then we're gonna say cart dot value dot for each. Then we're gonna say product to let the total equal itself plus the product dot price, and then after this loop just return the total. This function is gonna calculate the total price of the cart. Now let's reload. Okay, perfect. We have our checkout part here. And then let's define the remove from cart function. We're gonna say const remove from cart equals to a function that's going to take a product. And here we're gonna say const product index equals to cart dot value dot find index where item dot id equals to product dot id. So here basically we're gonna match the product. When we click on the X button here to remove a specific product, we are matching that product or finding that product inside of the cart. We are matching that specific product ID with the product ID from the cart. And then we're just gonna remove this product. So we're gonna say cart.value dot splice, since the cart is an array, the product at that specific product index, and just remove one item, which is the product itself. Then let's define a function named navigate to checkout. It's gonna be an asynchronous function. And then we're gonna say if not cart.value.length, meaning that if the cart is empty, just alert the user cart is empty. So in that case, if the cart is empty and the user clicks on checkout, I just want to alert him that the cart is empty. We can't navigate him to the checkout page while the cart is empty. And then just return, otherwise await, navigate to the checkout page in which he can complete his payment. And here let's go to the checkout button. Let's change this from anchor tag to button element. And here I'm going to say add click, navigate to checkout. Let's copy that and let's paste it here. Here we have a missing tag, okay. So right now let's add some items to cart, go to the cart page. Okay, perfect, we have our cart here. We have the total checkout button. If we click here, it's not working. Let's find out why. Okay, I think this should be put here inside of the button itself. Now if we click here, it's removing the item and recalculating the total. Let's try it one more time. Adding a bunch of items. Okay, this is the total. Remove the item. It's removed from the total. So yeah, this is perfect. Everything is working. Now, when we click on the checkout page, we want to go to the checkout page and complete our payment. So let's do that in the next lecture. See you then, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Before we go to the checkout lecture, I have a final coding exercise for you. I want you to create the account page, meaning that if a logged in user here clicks on my account page, he's gonna be redirected to his profile page or account page. I want you to display his information here in whatever way you want. Be creative. Do it by yourself. I'm not even gonna solve this exercise with you. Be creative and just do it from your own imagination. And as usual, you can tell us what you did in our online classroom, upload screenshots, upload the source code that you wrote to our classroom. Be free to do whatever you want. So now let's move on to the next lecture where we are going to apply the checkout logic. Bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's create the feature of the payment where anyone can complete his order and perform a payment. First of all, we're gonna need to install Stripe packages in our project since we're gonna depend on Stripe payments. So let's install the backend Stripe package. Open your terminal and let's type npm install stripe-d in development. Okay, perfect, it's installed. And on the client side, we're gonna need to use a JavaScript Stripe package, Stripe JavaScript package. So let's go to the nuxt.config file and let's go to the app here. And let's add another script object. We're gonna say source equals to https://js.stripe.com/v3, and that's it. Let's say defer true. Then we're gonna need to grab a bunch of keys. First of all, let's create the variables for these keys here in the .env file. The first one is gonna be named stripe pk key, and the second one is gonna be stripe sk key. These are going to be public and secret keys. Now let's go to Stripe and create an account and grab those keys. Go to Google and type Stripe. Go to their website and create a new account. Click on sign in. And here it's gonna take you to the login page. If you don't already have an account, click here on create account. And then provide your email, full name and password, and so on. It's a very normal registration process. And then after you complete it, head to your dashboard. Here I'm going to sign into my own account. And right now I'm in my Stripe dashboard. Click here on developers and go to API keys. You're gonna find a published key here. Click on it in order to copy it and paste it here. And then here you're gonna find a secret key. Click on reveal key and copy it, then also paste it here. Then let's go back to the nuxt.config file. And here let's add a runtime config. And here we're gonna say stripe sk stripe secret key equal to process.env dot, and then we're gonna grab the stripe secret key, and here we're gonna say public equals to an object that has stripe published key equals to process.env dot stripe pk key. And now it's all set up. Now let's go to docs.stripe.com and click here get started with payments, and go here to accept a payment, quick start, and we're gonna write a code that perform that exact logic. Basically, it's going to create a payment intent on the server side and take the credit card information on the client side from the user. So let's go to our server side, API, and inside of API, let's create a folder, name it Stripe, and inside of this Stripe folder, create a file named payment intent.js. Here we're gonna say import Stripe from Stripe, and here we're gonna say export define event handler. That's going to take an asynchronous function, and this function is gonna take the event. Here, sorry, we're gonna say export to default, and here we're gonna say const body equals to await read body, because of course we're gonna have to read the body from the client side. And here we're gonna say const destructure the amount from the body, and here we're gonna say const config equals to use runtime config, provide the event, and then we're gonna say destructure from the config the stripe secret key, and then we're gonna say const stripe app equals to, and then we're gonna call the stripe object and provide the stripe secret key. This will initialize a Stripe application for us. And then here we're gonna say const payment intent equals to await Stripe app dot payment intent, or payment intents actually, not just intent, dot create. We are creating a new payment intent, provide an object, and then we're gonna provide the amount, and we're gonna say the currency is US dollars, and here we're gonna say automatic payment methods enabled true, and then we're gonna say const client secret equals to the returned payment intent dot client secret, and then we're gonna need to return that client secret to the client side. Then on the client side, we're gonna need to create the payment form, which is gonna send the payment details, including the credit card details. So let's go to our pages and create a file named checkout.view. And here we're gonna need to add, first of all, some styling to this page. We're gonna grab it from the Stripe documentation. So let's go here. You can find checkout.css file, copy all the code from it, and then paste it here. And also let's go to checkout.html page, copy all the code from it, and let's go to our template and paste it here. Let's remove all of that. And that, of course. And here let's put this form inside the div. This div is gonna have a class p4 border and an ID equals to checkout page. And here in the CSS code, we're gonna change that body styling to ID checkout page. And here let's make this a grid. We're gonna say class grid h16 place items center, as we wanna put our form in the center of our web page. Let's check it out. Okay, I'm getting an error here regarding Stripe. Let's make sure it's installed. Oh yeah, here. This is just import Stripe from Stripe without curly brackets. Let's rerun the server. Reload the page. Now let's go to the checkout page. Okay, this is what we have done so far. Now let's add some credit card elements here. We're gonna grab these items from the Stripe JavaScript library. So let's go back here to the checkout page. And here we're gonna write some logic to insert the Stripe elements here inside of this HTML elements, okay? This is all from Stripe documentation. So here we're gonna say const config equals to use runtime config. And here we're gonna say const Stripe pk from config dot public. And here we're gonna say create a variable named Stripe. Let elements, this is going to be the Stripe elements, let client secret, and then const cart equals to use cart. Then let's copy the calculate cart function from here. Let's copy this function, paste it here. But here I'm gonna say return total times 100, because Stripe is gonna deal with number in kind of a different way, meaning that if you make a payment for like $675, Stripe is gonna treat this as if it is $6.75. So in order to fix that, we're gonna multiply the total by 100, okay? Let's continue. Then here we're gonna say on mounted. We're gonna write the rest of the logic in an unmounted function, because we wanna make sure that the Stripe JavaScript library is loaded. When we write the logic outside of an unmounted function, view function, sometimes the Stripe JavaScript library is not loaded. So we want to make sure to load it after the component is mounted. Here we're going to take an asynchronous function, and inside of it we're going to define a function named initialize, which is equal to an asynchronous function itself. This is the function that's going to initialize everything, initialize Stripe and everything. So inside of it, we're going to say const data equals to await useFetch, and then we're going to go to Stripe payment intent on our server side and provide an options object saying method is post. This is a post request, and the body is gonna be an object containing the amount, and this amount is gonna be the total inside of the cart. We're gonna call the calc total cart function here. Then we're gonna grab the client secret. We're gonna say client secret equals to data.value, and then we wanna define the appearance of the credit card elements here. So we're gonna say const appearance equals to an object that has a property named theme, and that theme property has the value Stripe. And then we're gonna say const payment element options equals to an object saying layouts, or have a property layouts equal to tabs. And then we're gonna say elements equals to, remember the variable elements that we defined here. And I noticed that we have defined the client secret before as well, so just remove the const from here. Okay, so let's say elements equals to Stripe dot elements, then call this function. But here I think we have forgotten a step. Yeah, here before the initialize function, we're gonna say Stripe, this Stripe variable, let it be equals to await Stripe, and here provide the Stripe pk, and here we are initializing a Stripe JavaScript library, and this is why, as I told you before, we have done it inside an on-mounted function. So here let's say elements equals Stripe.elements, call this function, provide an object, the appearance is equal to our appearance, the appearance reference that we have defined before, and provide the client secret. And then we're gonna say const payment element equals to elements dot create a payment with the payment element options. And then we're gonna say payment element dot mount on this dev, this one. And this is another reason why we are writing this code inside of an unmounted function, because in Vue, in order to be able to reference a DOM element, you have to write it inside of an unmounted function. Okay, now we have finished the initialize function. Let's call it. We're gonna say initialize, and then call another function named check status. We're gonna define this function in a minute. And here let's define a function named handle submit outside of the unmounted scope. Right now we are outside of it. This is going to be equal to an asynchronous function. And let's copy all the code from the handle submit function from here. Let's copy all of that. And paste it here. And here, let's say on the form at submit.prevent equals to handle submit. And here we have a bunch of functions like setLoading, showMessage that are not defined yet. Let's also take them from here. We're gonna take the checkStatus function first, or let's take all of that. And paste it here. Okay, all of these functions are defined. Here, let me explain some stuff to you. Here, this is going to be the return URL after the payment is done, after it's confirmed successfully or done successfully. We're gonna need to go to localhost 3000 / let's say homepage. Or let's go to a page named payment success. We're gonna create later. And as you can see here, they are told us that this point will be reached only if there is an error. We're gonna handle the error here. They defined helper functions for that. Also, setLoading is gonna show some loading message and so on. So yeah, I think we have done everything here. Let's reload the page. Okay, I'm getting an error here. Stripe is not defined. Okay, we have a typo here. It's Stripe. Now let's reload again. Okay guys, after a long debugging, I found a silly error here. We have wrote currency in a wrong way on the server side. Here, this should be currency. And here also make sure you are writing a tag here. And here also we have a typo. This should be at submit.prevent. Now let's go back to our project, reload the page, add some items, go to cart, then go to checkout. Okay, perfect. Finally, we got our Stripe elements. They look nice, right? Now let's provide some test data here. If you go here to the Stripe docs, scroll down here until you find testing, click on it, and scroll down here. Those are some test numbers for fake credit cards. They have provided for us in order to test our code, because of course we are in the testing mode here. We can't perform actual payments, okay? We have to do some other steps, activate our accounts in order to receive actual payments. But here, let's copy that test credit card number and then paste it here. As you can see, it recognized its Visa. Provide here anything, any number, here also any 3 numbers, and then click on Pay Now. Perfect, it took us to the payment success page, meaning that we have made a successful payment. So let's create this page. Let's go to our project, create a new page named payment success.view. Here let's say class text center, and let's get an h1 element from here. Let's take this one. Let's put it here and let's write payment successful, and let's get this link and replace it with a Nuxt link like that to homepage, and let's type here go home. Okay, nice, it's working now. Let's try it again. Go to cart, checkout. Let's try another card, let's say American Express. Paste it here. As you can see, it recognized it's American Express. Put anything here. Click pay now. Perfect, it took us to the payment successful page. Now let's go home. Now there is something else that I want to show to you. If you go to Stripe and then go to your dashboard, then go to payments, you can see here all the payments that we have made. For example, this is an incomplete payment which has this client secret. Remember the client secret that we used? This is a successful payment. This is the amount. This is the card used. This is another one, used Visa. This is the client secret, and so on. All of these are successful payments with these amounts. So to sum up, here you can see all the payments that have been made by your customers in your dashboard here. And that's it. Now we have completed our project. We have developed all the features. The only thing left is to go ahead and deploy this project to the internet. So let's do that in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's deploy our Shopiverse application to the internet. First, we're gonna need to create a new repo on GitHub. Let's name it Shopiverse. Then create the repo. Then let's copy that. Then go to our terminal, paste it, then type git add all. Then copy all of that and paste it here. Now if we reload the page here, we're gonna see our project here on GitHub. Perfect. Now let's go to Netlify. After we go to Netlify, let's click on add a new site, import an existing project, deploy with GitHub, search for Shopiverse, choose it. Let's name the application Shopiverse. This is not going to be available, I know. Okay, let's add an extra E. Okay, I was surprised actually. This is available, perfect. And here, we're gonna need to add something. In the build command, we're gonna need to add npx Prisma generate and npm run build. Since we are using Prisma, we're gonna need to add that extra step. We're gonna type this build command beside the original one. Perfect. Now we're gonna need to add our environment variables. Let's go here to our project, go to .env file, and actually I'm going to copy and paste them. Okay, right now I've finished adding the environment variables. Let's deploy Shopiverse. You can click here and check the progress yourself. Okay, nice, it's cloning our repo, installing packages, and this is what I was talking about. Here we had to add this command in order to generate Prisma client and so on. Okay, it's complete. Let's go to site overview. This is going to be our URL. Let's click on it. Okay, perfect. Congratulations. Our application is deployed to the internet. But first, let's do some alteration in order for everything to work properly. We're gonna copy that URL and let's go to Supabase dashboard. Go to our project and then let's go to authentication. And here URL configuration, and let's replace this localhost URL with our new URL and then click save. And also let's go to our project and here in the register.view file let's redirect the user to our new domain. Also, I think we have to go to checkout, I think. And yeah, here, let's change that return URL from localhost to our new domain. I think this is all we need. And by the way, for the URLs inside of Google Cloud and GitHub, I don't think it's necessary to change them. They are not important anyways. Let's try our project without changing them, and if something breaks, we're gonna change them, okay? But first of all, let's add these changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, then git commit message changing URL. Okay, that's enough. Then git push. Okay, right now let's reload our repo page. Okay, our changes has been pushed. Now let's go here to Netlify, site overview, and let's click here, options. Let's click clear cache and retry with latest branch commit. It's gonna redeploy the app. It's in progress. Okay, right now it's finished. Let's close that. Let's open that. Okay, now let's test our deployed application. Here, of course, it's showing us the products in our database. This is the dark and light mode. If we try to add stuff to cart, it's going to tell me that I have to log in first. If I go to sell on Shopiverse, it's going to redirect me to the login page since I'm not logged in. Let's go to about page. Okay, this is the page that we generated using ChatGPT. Actually, we have to remove that navbar. We already have a navbar. Okay, let's do it now. Let's go to about.view. Let's remove this navbar. And actually, let's put this outside a header. Let's remove the header. Now let's add that change to GitHub. Git commit message fixing about page. Click enter. then git push. Now let's do what we have done before again. Let's go here, options, clear cache and retry. It's in progress again. Okay, now it's ready. Let's retest it, go to about page. Okay, this is better. Now if I try to go to sell a product on Shopiverse, also it's gonna ask me to log in. But first of all, let's try to register a new account, okay? I'm gonna go to temp mail, copy that mail, paste it here, password 123456, full name, let's say Chandler Bing, address 123 Central Park, and let me copy that mail and paste it here. Now let's click submit. Okay, well done, redirecting. It took me to the confirm page. Please check your mail to confirm registration. I'm gonna go here. We got an email from Supabase. Let's confirm that mail. And right now I'm logged in as Chandler Bing. This is perfect. Let's click on a single product, loading. Okay, add to cart. Let's add some other products. Let's search for products, SSD. Okay, this item is added. Let's add this one. Let's say women. Okay, let's add anything. Nice, everything is working now. Let's go to cart. We have a bunch of items here. This is the total. Let's try to remove sub items. Okay, everything is working. Go to checkout. We have the Stripe elements. Let's go to Stripe and go to testing. Grab some testing card. Let's take this one. Put it here. Okay, it's recognized. Let's say anything. Click on pay now. Payment successful. Nice. Go home. Let's try to log out. Yes, log me out. Let's log in with Google and GitHub. First, GitHub. Okay, it's working. As I told you, changing the URL or the domain name inside of GitHub and Google Cloud is not necessary. Before, when I told you that we have to change it, I thought it was necessary, but actually it's not. Here I'm logged in with my own GitHub account. Let's log out. Let's try Google. Okay, perfect. I'm logged in with Google. Now let's try to log in with the email that we just registered. Let's copy that, paste it here, password 123456, login. Okay, nice. I'm logged in as Chandler Bing. Let's log out. And let's use the email that we have used before, remember it. Let's log in. That email is already stored in our database. The password is Also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's log in. Okay, it's redirecting. And that guy had the name, yeah, Elon Musk. Okay, nice. Now let's try selling a product on Shopiverse. I'm gonna try to sell, let's say, shoes. Category, let's say clothes. Price, let's say $50. Best shoes ever. Let's grab some image. Let's save this to the desktop. I'm gonna say shoes.png. And here let's upload this image. Go to desktop, choose image.png, upload image. Okay, well done, image uploaded, nice. Submit product. Okay, nice, the product has been added to our database. If you go here to our database, storage, the shoes.png has been added. Let's go to table editor, products. This is the shoes, description, best shoes ever, and so on. Price, okay, nice. Here we can add it to cart. If you go back to this page and click on clear everything, it's gonna clear everything. So yeah, that's it. This is our Shopiverse project. This project was fun. I enjoyed it so much. I hope you have enjoyed it too. And as usual, please tell me in our classroom your thoughts about this project. Did you enjoy it or not? And yeah, congratulations. That was our final project of the course. And I'm gonna see you in another section. Until then, bye-bye. I want to take a moment here to congratulate you on completing the course. Not many people reach this point. Many start learning something new but give up along the way. Many people have hopes of learning something new, but they never put the required effort to achieve that. But you did. You didn't give up, and that's a big achievement. Congratulations on gaining the skill of using Nuxt JS as a web developer. You can now add this to your resume and showcase Nuxt JS projects in your portfolio. But remember, your journey doesn't end here. Keep developing and growing your skills. Don't stop building Nuxt JS projects. Look for famous apps that require full-stack frameworks and try to create similar apps using Nuxt JS. For example, you can build a social media app like Instagram, or a video streaming app like Netflix or YouTube, etc. Be creative and try various projects. And it's okay to fail multiple times. That's how you learn and improve. And feel free to share your projects with us in our online classroom. Who knows, you might be the one to build the next big thing. So, my recommendation is to build your own projects, and if you face challenges, you can always ask for help in our online classroom. I'm always there to assist you. Keep up the great work, and bye-bye! I want to take a moment here to express my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for being part of this course and for listening to me talk all this time. I hope you had some fun along the way. But most importantly, I hope you've learned a lot and gained valuable skills. Your success makes me incredibly happy, as my purpose is to help you learn and improve your life. I also want to thank you for supporting our work. Your support has been crucial in bringing this course to life, and I hope you'll continue to support and encouraging us. allowing me to keep doing what I love, which is helping people learn and achieve their goals. I really hope you support me in future courses and stick around our community. Together, I believe we're creating something amazing. Again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything, and I wish you all the best in life. Until next time, bye-bye.